Alrighty then, what's going on? What's happening? Can anyone hear me? Please let me know if you can't hear me by saying, I can't hear you. I'm responding to you asking for people that cannot hear you. No, don't say that. Don't say that. Hello, welcome to Thursday. I say welcome. I didn't make Thursday, did I? Or did I? Did I invent Thursday? Is that a thing that I did? I don't know. Anyway, we have a lot of rambling nonsense. We have a Red Arrows Hawk for today's stream. The plan, if appropriate, is to complete the entire thing. You can't hear me? Oh, well, what a shame. You actually made it to the start? Excellent. Good. Welcome. Well done making it to the start rather than just jumping in at the end. You can tell it's the start. I haven't even opened the box. Still completely sealed. Yes, the plan is to get the entire thing finished. However, it will not be as a Red Arrow. I've already got a plan. I've got my paints for it ready. I will probably lose them at some point. And apologies for the delayed start. I try and keep my files in order where possible because, as I'm sure you can appreciate, doing multiple kits at once puts files all over the place. And so I'm trying to be really good at putting them in the right place. And I've been bad for a couple of days, which doesn't help. So I was going through trying to sort them out, and then it was taking a long time. And because it was taking a long time, I didn't want to start streaming, because if I start streaming, I'm asking too much of the laptop and it would blow up. And I don't really want that blown up. So better late than never. Anyway, what's happening? What is happening? How many Hawks will it be? A lot. This, to the best of my knowledge, is the same. That's a squeaky chair, by the way. Apologies. I've also got the window open, and there are some hoodlums in mopeds that like riding around at least 8,000 times every day. So this should be not the starter set Hawk. This will be the Hawk that was in the club kit a couple of years ago, which looks something like this and this. There is a video coming up soon, sometime next month probably, that will show another two of them, this one here and this one here. So of this tooling, that will be 5 Hawks, hence why I'm not going to make a video out of it. I thought let's just put it on a stream. And then I do also have a Red Arrow as well. Let's move these out of the way. I've already made a mess, and I haven't even cut the bloody box open yet, honestly. Oh, who put me in charge of anything? Let's put that there, that over there. Right, sorted. I have also got, as usual, a few spoilers showing you what I've been doing lately, which isn't that much because the last time I streamed was only 2 days ago, so it's not like I've done too much since then. Oop. Let's cut this open. Have a look. Oh, there's something rattling around in there. What is it? It's Monty Python's Flying Circus. It's the protector for the paintbrush. Nice to see that the protector for the paintbrush is not on the paintbrush. Why would you possibly want it on the paintbrush? Huh? Let's put that over there. Some instructions. The decals. Oh, the sun's decided to burst its way in, which makes life a lot harder for me. Because now I don't want to close the blinds. I've had to open the window just to get some air in the room. You know, modelling a well-ventilated area and all that. Here are the paints. 196. Is that the interior grey? I think it's interior grey. Red Arrow's red. I'm not using any of that this time. They will be put in my big box. This is a new edition, actually. This is my, obviously it's a club kit box. This is my big box of starter set crap. We didn't have any paint stirrers, so we've got some straws that people could stir their paints with. There's a paintbrush in there as well. But this is just all starter set paints, which have been donated by myself to my Sprues and Booze event. It went quite well, so there will be another one. Stay tuned on socials for that, although if you live nowhere near Norwich, it's irrelevant. It's also not really marketed towards modelers, it's more marketed towards people that don't model. Right, instructions, kit. How long do you think it's going to take to make the Hawk? I'm not rushing it. I'm not going to try and smash it out in no time. Although at some point I will get hungry and have to leave and have food if I'm still streaming late enough for that. Ugh. Out you come. Out you come. So this kit was £6.99, as were all of the Lidl ones. And it's normally, help me out here, Series 2? Is it Series 3? I think it's normally, no, Series 3, isn't it, normally? They've released it a couple of times with, where's the brush? No, the brush is alright. It's number 2. Everything, not even in frame. Number 2. They've released it with weapons and without weapons. Let's look it up, shall we? Scalamats. Scalamaters. Let's type in Airfix Hawk. Lots of red arrows, Hawks. Oh, let's filter it to 1/72nd. That'll help. 1/75th? Somebody's made a 1/75th scale Hawk? What bullshittery is that? Right, Series 3 is the Hawk 100. And the Hawk Mark 1. So normally Series 2 or 3, because this is the one without the extra weapons, therefore logically Series 2. Does that make sense? Yeah. So as a Series 2, it's what, £12? £11.99? Is that right? I think that's right. And so they sell it for £6.99, which I consider to be a bit of a deal. So I only bought it because it was good value. I didn't need it, didn't have any plans for it at the time. I just went, no, it's a good value kit. I'll just buy that. So I did. Easy as that. Gift set. Right. Yes, I remember this. I remember that glazing bit being really bloody awkward. Just sort of place it miscellaneous there. Cool. I don't know why it starts on page 9 though. That wasn't me. Look, that's because it folds out like that. Whoa. Do I put the pilot in? What do we think? Pilot. Pilots take too long. I don't really want a pilot in there. Try to do this relatively swiftly. You know, Revell has 1/72nd, 48th, and 32nd. Yes, but the 1/72nd on the decals are outdated. Well, yeah, there's quite a few Revell kits that still have the stupid separate roundel centres. I'm not a big fan, but oh well. It's not enough to put me off. Where are we? There's the... Oh god, that pilot is awful. Just feels like there's a lot of excess around most of it. Right, probably no pilot then. Let's just crack on with it. Crack on. Oh, what I normally do, I have mentioned this in many videos before, when it is a starter set or gift set and they're only telling you, they're only using, the instructions only use the paints that they've given you, get the words out, I tend to open up instructions for a normal version of the kit so that I can see what colours it should actually be, or they actually recommend. 165, so a sort of pale grey and then a darker grey. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. And I've not got any pointless restrictions that I've put on myself today. I am just building this as I would normally build it, although I am potentially going to rush it a tiny bit just so that I actually get it done, because I don't normally build a kit in a day. It normally takes longer than that. 8B, they're the same. Okay. Have the same scheme in the Airfix kit, so I ended up using the Airfix decals. Yes, that is one advantage of buying a ridiculous number of the same kit. I've done that with Spitfires. If I ever have a Spitfire Mark 1 in need of decals, then I've got, I think, enough for 7 aircraft from various manufacturers. Seats. What else am I looking for? Oh, do we have... I don't think we do. No, there are no decals for the instrument panels. Unfortunately, they have very much cheaped out on this. There normally are. It makes my life a little bit easier, doesn't it? But not ideal. I also have a lot of spare transfers for, and I'm sure this will surprise no one, Airfix Tiger Moths. If you ever want to do at least half a dozen of the same Tiger Moth, brilliant. I've got you sorted. Except for instrument panels. No instrument panels. Right. Oh, this chair is really bloody awkward. I think I mentioned this last time, but the wheels, most of the wheels that come off my chair, it's an office chair. Oh, God. Most of the wheels have now broken. So it sits at a weird angle, which is already uncomfortable. And then due to the lack of wheels, you can't really move it anywhere. So I have to keep on sort of picking it up and plonking it down. So it's just really, really bloody cumbersome. And I've just smacked it against my leg again. So, whoops. There's a pod underneath. Should there be a pod underneath? Probably. I don't know. I don't know. You know what, though? The quality of this is really good. It's a tooling which has been around for a number of years now, and yet it doesn't show any signs of wear. Not really. That's lovely. Yeah, really nice. Also note how the plastic is grey and not red. Normally for the Red Arrow set they give you red plastic, but this is not, obviously not a Red Arrow set, but they chose to give you red plastic for the Comet, but not this. How strange. Taking off a new museum in September. Historisk. Rather you than me. I haven't been to an air museum in ages, other than the one that I went to last week with Lexi, but that's just the one up the road from me, so that doesn't really count. I mean, it does count. It's an air museum, but it doesn't count. It doesn't count if I can see it from about 2 minutes from my house. Enjoy. Is there anything particularly sexy? Anything unique? I could look it up, but I'm supposed to be building a hawk. I'm also almost out of contactor. I have bought some more. Should I have put a back on that? Yeah, I reckon that should have a back first. But never mind. Where is the back? That's the front. 2D. 2D. There's D. 2D. 2D or not 2D? That is Airfix's question. Right. That's on here. And let's also get half fuselage off so that I can line that up. Snip, snip, snip. And that should go like that. That rests on the floor. That's more or less upright. Done. Happy days. My birthday is in September, and we usually go away for it. Not always to somewhere new, very rarely to anywhere overseas, but this year I have absolutely no idea what we're going to do. So I'm a bit busy around that time, and with my new job I'm not going to have as much holiday because I'm starting right at the end of the year. I normally try and use most of my holiday at the end of the year because that's just how my life works. Because I left a job and I deliberately used most of my holiday at the start of the year because I knew I was leaving. So I milked the most of that, and then it just means I'm going to have to actually work later on in the year, which sucks. Still, a couple of trips planned to the north, as usual. Whoops. Whoops. Look at this. Apparently she's the only surviving Caproni CA310. Nice. And a Heinkel HE115. Even nicer. Oh, come on. Click. Click. There we go. It clicked. There we go. That's most of the interior. It also needs instrument panels. Normally I would paint and put the decals on the instrument panels separately on a Hawk, but because it doesn't have any decals for this one, I can just glue them on and paint them with everything else. 9 goes at the back. So this is the rear one, and this is the front one. Ta-da. Rear and front. Now, how pale was 196? It's fairly pale. So let's use, we say light aircraft grey. It also has a tiger moth. Excellent. Lots of museums do, which is good. Many museums have more than one, which is even better. I had a Chinook fly over yesterday. I could tell it was a Chinook when it was quite a way away because I could feel it. I had to crank the volume up on my laptop to nearly full volume and still couldn't hear it. It's incredibly low. I like Chinooks for that reason. They're loud. But I also don't like Chinooks for that reason. They're too loud. Right, that goes on there. Ish. Well, it shouldn't be that way, should it? Is that the wrong way? Have I put it on the wrong way? I might put it on the wrong way. Let's put it on the correct. Oh, balls. No, it was the right way. Let's get some tweezers. Oh. No, see, it suggests, I mean, I've made these before. It suggests it goes that way, but then the pilot wouldn't be able to see it properly. I guess that's probably just Airfix being a bit silly. Flood it with glue, don't even care. Chuck it in. You had a Texan. Do you mean as in the Second World War Texan, or the modern day Texan 2 Texan harder? It's very unusual for us to have the modern Texan around here. It has happened. Then we have a lot of military activity around this way anyway, so it's going to happen eventually, but normally it's just Eurofighters and Galaxies. Not Galaxies. We do see them, but they're usually high up. I meant Atlases. The A400. Do I really care about the wheel? What colour would the wheel normally be? The nose wheel of a Hawk. Probably grey, right? It doesn't say on there. Of course it doesn't say on the box. The modern Texan. Oh, okay. I'm not a big fan of them. They're all right. They're just not for me. Just because I like the old Texan. Grey. Yes, the undercarriage would be grey, so that's fine. I will glue it on. Yes. Trying to think about weight. You built the Airfix starter set Hawk. Lovely kit. Yes, it is a lovely kit. It is a very lovely kit. I've only ever built one, and it was one of the first ever live streams I did, scale modelling wise. I used to scale model video games, stream. Oh, start again, blimey. I'm not me when I'm sober. I used to stream video games back in Deer, and then moved to scale modelling. And one of the first ones that I did was the Hawk, and I did it whilst drinking red beers. I was like, I'm going to build a Hawk whilst drunk because that's how cool I am. Don't drink an Airfix, kids. No, please do. Which is here. And this was done as a starter set. So genuinely only used what was supplied in the box. Painted a little Airfix logo on the stand. And yeah, I like it. Other than the fact that it has no markings on the underneath, which makes it look a little bit weird. And it's the same as this release as well. But it is a nice kit. And I have 4 of them behind me. 3 of them are surplus stock from my Airfix night that I did last week. God, it was a week ago, a week today, when I took a load of scale models down on the bus to go and give them to a load of people I'd never met before, a load of strangers. How weird. What a world. What a world. Right, let's get rid of the other fuselage half. That's might have been 3-part Matilda I built drunk. Was I drunk for that? What a silly question. And I think you'll find it was a Matilda 2. Not a Matilda. Matilda 2. They're different tanks. I don't have a Matilda, but I do have 4 Matilda 2s, I think. Do I have 4? Do I have 3? That's a Matilda 2. That's a Valentine. I could have sworn I had another Matilda 2. Maybe I don't. No, okay, maybe I've only got 3 then. Who knows? This is a very nice kit, this particular Airfix Hawk. This is one of the good ones, which is why I don't mind picking it up again, even though I've already got 4 of them. It's just one of those kits that just feels nice to put together. And I've been working on some models that have required a bit more brain power recently. So it's nice to have this to cleanse slightly, if you know what I mean. Like a palette cleanser kit, as I like to think of them, which is why I have so many Airfix kits, modern Airfix kits, because modern Airfix are very good as palette cleansers. I know that I'm not going to have too many difficulties with usually. I say usually, they are always good on new Airfix kits. Instructions are good. That is an annoying bit of flash that I hadn't noticed, just sort of poking out over the top behind the second canopy. Not second canopy, the second man. See, I know that the instructions are going to be good, so I don't have to wrestle with it, and the quality of relatively modern Airfix is always good enough as well. And they're also really easy to buy. That's another reason why I have so many Airfix kits. And you get an email at Easter and it goes, oh, double points. Double points? I don't need anything, it's fine. Oh, wait, look, there's another Gladiator or something like that. Oh, well, guess I'll just buy more Airfix. Yours is the same, no markings on the underside. Yeah, as long as you display it showing just the top, then you're fine. Otherwise, it does look a bit strange. Oh, what have I done? What have I done here? There you go. Airfix done the Aussie variant of the Matilda 2. They did. It was the 176-ish scale kit. Fujimi did a 176 Matilda. I know that because that's what I've got. Sorry, Matilda 2. I know that because that's what I've got. And I thought I had 2 of, but obviously not. I never actually finished it. It's been sitting here for years. Literally years. There you go. It's upside down. Matilda 2. The turret comes off. And that is, I've measured it, 76th scale, as per the box. More or less spot on. The Airfix one is bigger than that. but it's not as big as it should be for 72nd. So the Airfix Matilda 2 is one of those weird close enough type scales. Oh, maybe I put it over here? No. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Ha ha ha. I knew I had more than one Fujimi Matilda 2. There's another one. This one has been finished, see? In green. So yeah, I've got two Fujimis in 76th scale, one Zvezda in 1/100th scale, which is tiny, and then the 35th scale Matilda 2 from Tamiya, which makes it the the tank I have the most of in my collection, which is not a surprise because it is my favourite tank. I've only got, well, it depends actually. If you count the Firefly as a Sherman, then I've got 4 Shermans, so it's tied. But I've got one to make. Otherwise, I've got 3 Shermans and a Firefly. Oh no, hang on, that's a Firefly. Oh no, I was wrong again. It's 2 Fireflies. One's Matchbox, and the other is Airfix. I very rarely pay any attention to my tanks. Oh, still, having a wireless microphone is good these days. It means I can just get up and look at my stash. Hedgehog, yes. Looked at the mortar they actually used was apparently an anti-submarine mortar. It was. It fired depth charges, obviously, when it was anti-submarine. It didn't fire depth charges when it was firing at people. But yes, the actual technology was chucked on the front of corvettes. Now, if this came with a stand, I would probably use the stand. But it doesn't, so I can't. Which is quite annoying. One day, I will actually feature another tank on the channel. One day, maybe. I do have plenty. Well, like 4, but that's still plenty. I could glue this and then paint, or paint and then glue. I think I might paint and then glue. So let's get the control columns, which will be these two, right? 5 and 6. 5 is the front. There. And 6 is back. Airfix other stands, yeah, they do, but that doesn't really help me, does it? Because I don't have one right now. And there are no holes for it? No, there's no holes for a stand either in this particular kit, which is dumb. Or I could grab one of the starter set ones that I've got behind me, and I could pinch the shadow stand from that and then modify this kit to have the shadow stand. But that is more effort than I can be asked to put in, and would also mean I'm sacrificing stock. I plan to use them for the next Sprues and Boos for people that did not attend the first one. I'm going to buy something different for those that are coming back, and then use the red arrows for new people. Going to use some spare early 200s. Wow, 200s Airfix. Cork. It also means 2000s. To finish yours as the white band underneath. Yes, or do it in an RAF camo scheme with spare military decals. Yeah. Yeah, add bombs. You know what? Adding bombs would be quite nice. I'm not going to do that with this one. You'll see what I'll do if you stay around long enough. If not, I'll do a post about it. Just check my posts. Be interesting to see someone build a Hawk in the markings of the Saudi Hawks. But yeah, it's basically the same thing but green, right? Do I have, if you can bear with, actually no, what am I doing? Right, I'm going to paint this first. I need things to do whilst the kit is drying. I saw the Saudi Hawks at Riyadh 2 years ago, and I took some rather nice photos. I was wondering if I had one easily accessible, and I'm pretty sure I do. And I was going to have a look at that. But for now, let's just slap some paint on this. I'm going to brush the inside. I'm going to airbrush the outside. I'm going to brush paint the inside. So this is stupid sunlight. Go away. British Standard Light Aircraft Grey from Hattaka. I've never said that like that before in my life until now. Hattaka. I'm going to slap this on. I haven't washed the sprues or anything, so might be a little bit fuck's sake. Repellent, I think is the right word, but a second coat will be fine. I'm not really giving too much attention to the interior this time. Normally I would, however, because I've made 4 of these before, trying to get the paint right in there. I know this is butchering a paintbrush, I really don't care. So because I've made these before, and because this is a simpler version of the kit with simpler decals and things, I'm not as fussed about this one. I do want the exterior to look good, however. Did you video your Hawk workshop? I did not. Ms. Modeler came down, used it as an excuse to go and spend a horrendous amount on cocktails with me. And she did some filming and photography, and there is already a video on her channel about it, which I have shared. I did not film. I was in two minds as to whether I would, and in the end I opted not to, simply because I was busy. Nobody, I didn't need to sit next to somebody and hold their hand through the whole thing. Most people just went, yeah, cool, looks simple enough, and just jumped in and did their own thing. But I still walked around and made sure people were okay and answered questions and just was a bit sociable, because most people, I think I'm fair in saying most people, are not subscribers. They were essentially just pub regulars that saw that and went, yeah, that looks cool, which is exactly what I wanted. And that's the perfect crowd for me. So I decided not to film it because Lexi was going to be there and then wouldn't have been able to do much anyway. So maybe next time, if I can set up a tripod somewhere, probably not even a tripod, I have to use a gorilla clamp type thing. If I did that, clamped it to a shelf in the shop, probably could get some footage, but I don't know how engaging that would be. Or I just bring somebody down with me, or ask the other half maybe. Can you just hold this for me, please, love? Thanks. Watch two of the Saudi Hawks collide with each other. Oh God! When you're up to book airbase, well, that's not cool. Generally speaking, planes don't really like it when you fly them into each other. I think the nose needs to be painted grey as well. I don't really care. Right, that will need a second coat. Is there anything else that needs to be grey? Yes, in fact I should have already glued it on. The nose wheel should have been glued in. Let's do that now. This model is lovely, I agree. I'd love to meet her, but I'd love to meet you too. Oh, thank you. You don't really want to meet me, I'm not that interesting. But thanks anyway. There's some great modelers on YouTube. Matt from Model Minutes is cool too. Nah, he's a dickhead. Is he watching? Is he watching? No, good. He's a dickhead. Not really, he is lovely. Well, thank you for your kind words. There are some lovely people, you are correct. The fact that... sorry, hang on, just paying attention to what I'm doing. I know it's off camera. I apologise. I needed to hold it close to my face. I'm just gluing the nose wheel in. I need to give everything a second coat anyway, so I'm going to leave it to dry. get distracted by other things, and then I will. Let's paint that. No, I don't need to paint that. I'm going to paint it anyway. Go back with the second coat. Let's have a look later on. Yes, I did post about it. It's not a massively long video, but I do feature in it and stuff. Both pilots banged out, and luckily the wreckage landed on open ground. Nice, between the Air Force Base and the local army base. Well, as it goes, as crashes go, that's at least, I guess, the best outcome, isn't it? One of the rail tours for Saturday hasn't been cancelled yet. Obviously, we are opposite ends of the country, but it is not that bad up here. It's still a bit dry, but it's a lot better than it has been. We are probably going to have things carrying on around here. Hang on. You can't see this, right? No, you can't. Okay. How does one... Anyone know what my password is? Ah, Google knows what my password is. Thanks, Google. So I don't know. It's 2026. Why do I have to remember passwords? Anyway, yeah, on the topic of meeting people like me and Ms. Modeler, I know that she will be at Telford. Well, should be, usually is. But I don't get out that much. Certainly not to shows and things. I will probably do Telford 1 year, but I don't know when. There it is. This is... Let me just quickly download it. Save it to my desktop. There we go. I took a lot of photos at React. Oh, why did that not extract? Oh shit. Okay, no, okay, cancel. Cancel. 1 sec. Apologies. I'm being an idiot. Delete. Done. Right. Where'd it go? There it went. There it went. So here is, it's going to look a bit weird. I'm going to turn that off and then minimize that. That'll pop up again. This is my photo, one of my photos of the Saudi Hawks. I chose that one because it just looked like a load of upside down red arrows, really. And it's, yeah, it's nice. I did get some ultra close-ups as well. They're right at the end of the day. So as they're flying past, I got some ultra close-ups. Anyway, get back to that. Random interlude. Hopefully that came across. I can't see it. I couldn't monitor that whilst I was doing my my own thing. Anyway, Snodger aggressively scheduled to get to Kingswear. 2 problems, Steam and Paynton Station being shut down doesn't help. 13, 15, and 16-year-olds arrested for arson. Honestly, young people these days, can't take them anywhere. Oh, Jerry's in Cork. I hope to be in Ireland next year. I've done Northern Ireland because I have a Northern Irish friend, and of course, once you're over there, once you're on the land mass, it's a lot easier to travel around than it is to go from here specifically to Ireland. But me and my friend are planning a little Irish road trip, obviously starting in Belfast, which is where he lives, or his parents live, starting there and working our way all the way through Ireland, and we'll end up in Cork, almost certainly. Should be fun. Should be fun. Well, this is still a little bit wet, so I'm going to move it over to one side. Spoilers, this isn't that much of a... Oh, I'm going to have to move the camera up. This isn't a huge thing, a huge lot of difference to show, but the 1/32 ICM Tiger Moth is now rigged and essentially done. So this one is obviously the silver one. It's got a wooden prop. Not my best wooden effect, but it's all right. You can see the rigging on the main wings there. It also has, oh, it's so bloody big. I'm not used to having large models. Well, the rigging's gone a bit twisted. It's got the control cables as well, which stretch, as you can see, to the tail. They are two separate wires, but for some reason they keep on clumping together a bit. But there are two wires there, as well as on the back. This one has both hatches on the port side fuselage down, and is in pre-Second World War trainer configuration. And then the second one, which I've only just finished, it feels so fragile. I'm not 100% impressed with this ICM kit, to be honest. It's nice, but it's just so fragile. This is the Bomber Tiger Moth, as you can tell, because of the bombs. In camo and yellow, again, rigged. You can see the rigging nicely contrasting against the yellow there. And this has just one hatch on the port side open, because when the Tiger Moths were fitted with bombs, they exceeded the carrying capacity for 2 people. So it had just one pilot in the front to not fuck up the centre of gravity. And again, it's got a rigging. See me moving it. They like to clump together as well. I don't know what's happened there. On that side, it looks better. The 2 cables going into the rudder pedals. There we go. So they are now done, and I will just need to do some final shots, and then I can work on the video. The unboxing hasn't even come out yet, but I'll be working on a bird video soon. Wonder when your turn. Lidl offers that would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, $6.99 for this kit, I think, would be amazing. Even now, buying them in the UK for that price. The fact that I got one shows that clearly I was happy happy with the price, because I don't need any more bloody hawks. One thing to remember at Ireland, you could get a pint of Guinness and a burger at the airport for £4.50. Yeah, I didn't get that in Belfast. Well, the Guinness was much nicer even in Northern Ireland, let alone. Oh, I suppose it's the same, isn't it? It's the same Guinness. And sorry, I know I'm clumping Northern Ireland and Republic of Ireland in one, but from a geographical point of view, they are the same land mass. But I do respect that they are different countries, which is why I'm excited to do the Republic of Ireland, hopefully next year, if all goes well. Right. Another coat of grey quickly. I think I've ruined that paintbrush. I mean, I knew I was going to. Manhandling it like that. Oh, now I can whoop, lower that again. Only had 136 horsepower in there, Gypsy Majors. Yep. So carrying all of those bombs, all of the bombs, was difficult. Although they are only £20 bombs. Not sure how effective a Tiger Moth dropping £20 bombs on invading German troops would have been. Thankfully, we never needed to find out. Although, interestingly, they were designed, at least according to de Havilland, they were officially designed with understore capability in mind. So when they were asked to fit them with bombs as a last resort, last-ditch attempt to fend off the invaders, the work was actually relatively simple, because it had already been decided where they would best fit and how they could do it. Apparently. They did still test under-wing bombs, but they were not as successful. But I like a Moth, and having one as a bomber is something a little bit different. Bomber Moth. We're staying in September as a beachside hotel. Ooh. You get the wonderful sound of planes whilst you're sitting on the beach. Right, there we go. Might as well paint this grey now, as it's going to be grey at the end anyway. Oh, and I forgot another quick coat on there. I'm going to paint the cushions a different colour. What colour would hawk seats be? Fabric. I'm doing green. I suppose it's more what colour would contrast nicely. There we go. 1960s, retired, thinking of getting back into building models. Cool, especially getting around to the 30 or so Spitfires in the attic. Nothing like a Spitfire or 30. I have quite a lot of Spitfires, and I know people associate, or at least some people associate me with the Tiger Moth, which is absolutely fair, but I still have more Spitfires than I have Moths. But with Spitfires, I have a wide variety of different marks and colours, whereas with Tiger Moths, I just have different colours because they're all perfectly beautiful DH82As, except for the one that isn't. I have a Queen Bee, which is sort of a moth, but not. Sort of, but not. Unfortunately, you've no stash. Does 2 kits count? I will leave that question for yourselves to answer. That's a debate that you can have. I think I would probably say that any models that are there to be built that are not currently built could be classified as a stash. I said this last stream, but I recently updated I've got a spreadsheet for it, for how many kits I've got to build, and the stash is now at 80, which isn't the end of the world, but it's also supposed to be going down, and the last time I updated it and counted it, it was about 65, so clearly I'm going the wrong way. You built the Revell 132nd Tiger Moth, excellent. And ICM Reeboks, yeah, it is the same kit that I've just shown. They are both ICM. One came in a triple pack with a Booker, Youngman and a Stearman. So at some point I will be building both of those. I was hoping, as I had 3 weeks of unemployment to look forward to, I was hoping that I could get some of the bigger projects done, but in reality I've spent over a week of those 3 weeks away, and of the other 2 weeks mostly the Tiger Moths or doing other things. So actually even though I fully intended to get a lot of model stuff done, I just simply haven't. Which, yeah, not the end of the world. And they're just models. They're still here. They are still here. They'll be here for in between other things. I got myself a nice cup of squash. I need the... Oh, strictly speaking, there should be a darker grey for some of the interior. I have ignored that in the past, but I won't ignore it now. I will add a bit of darker grey. That will add a bit of colour. The instructions suggest that the seats should be 86, which is a sort of olive green type colour, which is fine. It also mentioned 166. What's Humble 166? Oh, light aircraft grey. So basically the same as 165. Okay, fair enough. Unnecessary. Oh, now I've got hiccups. Oh dear, apologies. And then some black. So we're going to need some sort of drab colour. So I'm going to go for this. We're going to need some sort of dark grey colour, which should be... No, not that one. That one? Let's use that one. I'll show you these in a sec. And we're going to need a black. So I've got a black there. In fact, I know what I will do. I know. Sorry, I had to tab out then. What's going on? What have I missed? Hooks seem to be black. Oh, okay. Seats themselves are dark grey. Well, I've painted them light grey, so I already have balls that up. Airfix suggests that they are light grey with green covers. And you're saying that Google suggests they're dark grey with black covers. I'm going to go green either way because I'm going to paint other bits black and I want them to stand out. And also it's a dark green, so that's probably fine. Younger, you considered building a collection of Spitfires to include all the marks and sub-variants. I considered the same thing when I was younger as well. Different wing types and spans, carburetor. Yeah, you'd end up with an awful lot. Around 70, there you go, you've already looked it up for me. Martin Baker seats of black headrests, olive drabish material. Your seat frames were black. The Arrow seat frames like a darker grey. Well then, I mean, I needed to paint it a colour, any colour, just to act as a primer. So that's fine. So I've got a dark grey. It's actually British Standard dark sea grey. Come on, focusing on the damn paint. A dark sea grey. So I'm going to use that. Oh, I'm an absolute mess. I've got a little paint palette that I use, and it's just covered in, well, paint. So dark grey. Let's paint this floor bit dark grey as per the instructions. Like that. And like that. And then the headrest, not headrest, the bulkhead behind the headrest. I want that to be grey. Already that looks better because it's got more colours to it. What else does Airfix suggest as that colour? Nothing, although it does also include the headrests being black, which is fine. That's what I was going to do. That's fine. That's fine as well. That's exterior colour. Cool. Fine. So just scrolling ahead in the instructions that I've downloaded. Cool. That's better. Got some manky kitchen roll all over the place. 1, 2. I'm going to leave these. Oh no, I'll put it back. More. In the middle of saying I'm leaving these colours out so I remember which ones I've used, as I was putting the colour away. God. Incompetence. Yeah. Right, for the green, I'm just going to punch my my microphone boom arm. I've got dark green RLM 83. I like this colour for seats. I use it quite a lot for seats. I know it's German Second World War colour, and I don't give a shit. I think it looks about right for fabric. Those fabric coverings that I see at museums, anyway. There we go. Nice. So I know I can't be very talkative when I'm painting seat covers. Looks much better. I will change the headrest colour as well. I've got that lined up. I don't think I actually need to bother with the side. There we go. Much better, much neater. Paint was put on a bit thick, but I only wanted to do one coat. Nice. Right. What's happening? I wasn't paying any attention. Lots of Irish talk. I like the diversity. And hello, Janie. How are you? I hope Thursday is going smoothly for you. What am I making? I'm making the Airfix Hawk as released in Lidl UK. I'm not doing it as a red arrow though. I haven't revealed what colour I will be doing it in, but I've already got a plan for it that is not red. I'm building this. The plan is to get it 100% finished today. My other half is working from home and is therefore able to cook dinner for me. So I do the cooking most of the time at the moment. So it's a nice change. So I'm free, more or less, to do what I want. I'm using more than just the starter set equipment, but I am still trying to do it fairly swiftly. So I'm not maybe doing the best job that I could. Right, I've now got some black. I'm actually running low on black because, let's face it, almost every model I make is going to use black. I always use this Vallejo black. So I went to the shop the other day to buy some new poly cement, my new one, and some green paint and some black paint. And I completely forgot the black paint, like a total idiot. And I've also just put my finger in it, which isn't good. Yes, as Michael said, it's the Lidl's Red Arrow Hawk. There is an inevitable bit of delay on the stream, which is, well, it's just a necessary evil, I suppose. What happens is the stream encounters a slight delay, and so it holds back for a sec, creating more delay. It settles down and then ends up with an amount of delay that it then just keeps on going. You can reduce that by fabricating your own delays. Fabricating? No, by choosing, you can deliberately choose to have a minute delay or something like that. And I don't like doing that, personally. Not for me. Anyway, I'm putting black on the instrument and control panels. Again, this will just tone the interior down a little bit, but lighten it up. Lighten it by toning it down. Brighten it up, as in add more colour. God, words. Like that. And without the decals to use, this is the only way that I'm going to get an okay looking instrument panel. My concern is that the instructions ask for 5 grams of weight, and I do normally, well, I have done that on all of my hawks before, but that means it's going to take a lot longer to dry, or I'm going to risk fogging up the canopy or something. Unsure. You don't know how to get the Lidl stuff because every time you go, there's never any there. Well, that is unfortunate. I went on the first day that they were released and bought 2 gazelles and a comet, but there were loads there. And then I went again about 2 weeks later. It was actually to a different Lidl, but we've got 3 or 4, I think, in the city, and bought another gazelle and a hawk, and both times they had loads more hawks than anything else. And the second time, which was even after 2 weeks, they still had loads. So it might just be unfortunate, or you just happen to live around either really bad Lidls or lots of model makers, or maybe a little bit of both. I've done that a little bit wrong. Well, that's fine. You're not too bothered. Oh, all on the sport ball. Never any little stuff in Northern Ireland. Damn. Hang on. A better half that can cook. Well, I'm the better cook. I don't think you should get too upset at me saying that. I cooked a beetroot curry from scratch yesterday, just because I went to like an all-you-can-eat type restaurant, and they had sliced beetroot, and I haven't had beetroot in years. And I ate it and went, I quite like this. I should do something. And then I just went out, bought a load of beetroot, and just made a curry. It was quite nice. I made it a bit too spicy, but it was a nice curry. But she can cook, and it is very nice to have that in the house, that both of us can, if we need to, cook. What's going on? Let me actually pay more attention. You're wondering why my stream paused? Apparently you've been watching for an hour, so YouTube's like, are you sure you want to be watching this idiot for an hour? You're getting down here well after the UK gets them. Yeah, quite possibly old stock, not old stock, like unsold stock, maybe. You do have a dozen you bought from Model Zone. Bloody hell. Yeah, considering Model Zone are no longer around. I used to get a lot of things from Model Zone, but that's because my uncle used to work there. Just buy a load of things, and then when I went round, oh well, I don't actually need all of these. Do you want some? I'm painting the wheel here as well. The paint will almost certainly get in some way damaged, but as I've got the black paint to hand, might as well. It's really bloody awkward. I'm also slightly off centre. Nice. There we go. Now that the green's dried a little bit, that does look quite nice. Cool. And also, because the other half's working from home today and works downstairs where we have our computers, I'm confined to upstairs. I'm not really. I can go down. I can do what I want as long as I'm quiet. But it gives a good excuse to stream, because then I go, well, I'll definitely be out your hair from this time because I'll be live, chewing up the internet bandwidth so that you can't work. Haha. Nah, it's not that bad. Yeah, that looks alright. Oh, I've already put my finger in black paint somewhere. What do we think? Looking okay? Got black headrests, green cushions, grey sides, and then a dark grey floor. Is this going to eventually be a video? No, it is not. This is a stream exclusive, which is rare for me. The kit will almost certainly feature in a video because every December I do a collection-based video. These are all things I built in a year, so it will feature in that. But I am not filming this for a video. That is partly because it's awkward enough making a model in front of a camera. It's even more awkward when you have two cameras, one here and then one just off shot that way. So it's even harder trying to line things up. I did it for the Comet Racer because I'd never made the Comet Racer on stream before. However, I have already made this tooling in a video before. I know it was a while ago, but I see limited point in going through the extra faff of having to set up a second camera and pay attention to everything if ultimately you could just scroll back on my channel and view the build video. In addition to that, I have recently, and these have not appeared on the channel yet, I've recently built two of them in aftermarket schemes, and this will be a video. And I mostly skipped the building because, again, I've already done it, but there would be no point having a build video from a few years ago, a build video from this year, and then a build video right now. So no. Oh, shit. I will leave the stream up so it automatically uploads to YouTube as a video that you can watch back at your own leisure. So you will be able to see the end result even if you don't catch the end of the stream. But other than that, yeah. I think that answers the question. Looks nice. Thank you. Oh, more drink. I've got another spoiler. As I'm waiting for this to dry a little bit, I will get out another spoiler. This is what I've been working on this morning. There's bits of it all over the side of the desk, actually. Lift it up a bit. It is the Clear Prop Comet Racer. Fuselage and wings are now together. The interior, look at that. It's not going to focus very well. Sorry, my webcam isn't very good, but because I don't stream very often and I have no plans to stream for the foreseeable, I can't be bothered to go and buy a new one. But it's got seat belts in there. It's got compasses with little decals on, instrument panels. I've tried to put most of the etched brass on. However, I'm not very confident with it and some of it fell off. So it's instrument panel is black plastic, which I painted black. Then it's a decal of the instrument, and then it should be an etched piece on top of that. And it just didn't stick very well, so I took it off. It's such a small cockpit that I don't think it makes any difference, personally. There will need to be a tiny bit of filler there. And of course, there's one piece missing, which for some reason is separate on one wing, but not on the other. That bit there. I don't know why it's separate on one side, but not the other. And the engine nacelles have been painted. The inside of them is grey. They're now ready for more paint. The undercarriage is awkward, to put it mildly. So many just bits. The instructions aren't massively helpful, but that goes in there like that, and then they go together. And then, have we got this the right way around? Is it that one? Yes, it is that one, because it only fits one way, doesn't it? Oh no, shit, it fits both ways. Oh, maybe it's that one then. Oh, I probably should have paid attention to which the cell is which. Oh, I can. That's nice and easy because it's got a separate piece on it. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm going to assume it's that one for now. There we go. Look at that. It's almost like a completely different plane when you look at this one and the Airfix one. Absolute stunner. It's not perfect though. It has required a fair bit of work just to get this far, and there are some errors in the instructions which don't help. Well, can you still hear me? Yeah, I just punched the laptop accidentally, making sure it's still showing it's live. It is. The things which amuse me the most about it, oh, as I've just now hit it, the instructions give you all of these colours, A to L, and yet when you flick through both the booklet and the finished, like the final decal placement call out, you don't use that one or that one or that one or that one. You hardly need any of them, and so it's A to L, and then as you flick through, I didn't notice this in the unboxing, the inside of the sort of undercarriage door, if you like, it's not even a door, is N. Well, there is no N mentioned anywhere on the instructions. And the seat belts, it says to paint them silver. Well, they shouldn't be silver. The tyres, given that one of the colours is tyre black, G is tyre black, it says to paint them, oh, sorry, off camera, it says to paint them L, L being red. So it's suggesting you should have red tyres. So it very much feels like they've copy and pasted the instructions from something else and just not changed, not updated them properly. It's not the end of the world. I've worked it out. I'm painting the interior in a logical method rather than just blindly relying on what they said, but could be better. The actual kit itself is, however, absolutely bloody gorgeous. And in case you didn't see it, there's the Airfix one that I built on a stream a couple of weeks ago. This will be featured in a separate build video, and this was done just as a starter set build, so only using the paint included in the set. The only thing that I have done since is varnish it, because I get very paranoid about decals falling off. So after the filming, I'd done absolutely everything to it, then I varnished it. So that's just to preserve it whilst it's here. Gary's stuff made a nice job of the Airfix one. I have seen that video and I half agree. That's what you hate about the instructions. They don't have every colour and you have to flip to the front every time you want to know what a letter means. Yes. Yeah, it is not ideal. A lot of companies do it. So I'm used to it, but certainly not ideal. Right, that's back on the shelf. It's a really weird shelf. I can't show you because it would involve unplugging everything or setting up a remote camera or something, but I've got a shelf which started out in a really logical way and is now just mostly 1/48, and then you've got the recent Swedish stuff, so the Saab and the Draken and the Vig, and there's the Comet Racer perched there, there's a Zero that my other half made, a Zero that I made, just random, and then it just becomes 72nd on the far side. Absolute mess. Uh-oh, Matt's arrived. Hello. What's that supposed to be? Oh, I see. Right, it says yo 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 when you hover over it. Oh, you smart ass. Hello, Matt. How are you? I've got a hawk. Well, I've got bits of a hawk. Is that fine? That's fine. Right, what I'm now going to do, I've got, where's my tatty brush? There's my tatty brush. The dark grey that I used earlier for the floor on here, I'm going to grab that. It's still sitting in my palette, and I'm just going to use that as a dry brush over the black and the light grey. This will just give a little bit more depth to it. I am going to apply my usual wash as well. So this isn't exactly going to be the best build I've ever done, but hopefully it will at least look okay. Looks like a nice hawk. Thank you. I find it a little strange. You can see where Airfix have cut corners. I know you've looked at this on your channel. I didn't even open the box until the start of this stream, but you can definitely see where they've cut some of the corners. It doesn't have instrument panel decals, for example, whereas others that they've released have, which is a little annoying. So let's add the grey over the green as well. Yeah, that works. Whoop, that works. I think that's fine. Didn't see your build video on it yet. It was, the one that I did was years ago, to be fair. I do sometimes wonder if I should just make more duplicate build videos, because I often forget which ones I've done before, so I'm guessing other people have as well. Oh, that's way too much paint. Bloody hell. Professional here. That's fine. Whatever. That'll do. Clearly a bit battered, a bit weathered. So yeah, the build video was a while ago, and I do wonder if it's okay to do more, but then I think I'd rather just spend my time doing something I've not done before. And then when I just get fed up of having to position everything in front of cameras and thinking about videography, at that point I just build a kit I've already done before, so that I don't have to worry about filming it. I get a little bit of the fun back in model making when I'm doing it just for myself rather than doing it for a video, and that revitalizes me enough to then go on to the next one. That brush is definitely buggered. Anyway. So that goes in there like that. You definitely haven't ordered any train stuff. That sounds believable. Ooh. Do I have... I don't know why I'm asking this as a question. None of you are going to know. But feel free to say yes or no. I've got a cushion. Do I have? Yes, I have. Don't know if it's going to be enough. I'll work out the best way of weighting this without it taking up too much time. Okay, let's add a bit of wash. Does that sound deliciously liquid to you? Bit of ASMR bottle shaking. A little bit of grey, a little bit of water. Not too thin. That's about right. Slap it on. going to worry about it too much. Probably a bit heavy. Let's thin it down a little bit more. Nice. So you know what, that wasn't too heavy, that was perfect. There we go, very simple interior, although it has taken me 1 hour and 15 minutes. Although I've been talking as well. Modified Hall, nice. The new one. 2 Mark 1 brake coaches and maroon. Oh yes, you've mentioned your brake coaches. Oh crap! That's paint on me again. Let's get this cockpit together. Oops. I didn't need to put the paint that high, or that high in there. Not the paint, the glue. I'm gluing in the wrong place. I'm being an idiot. I'm building this like I haven't built 4 of these before. 2 of them only a couple of months ago. There we go. That's that. I'm going to put the other fuselage half on just for the purpose of making sure it is all square. Oh, it is not all square. It doesn't go together at all. Why not? What's in the way? What's it doing? Oh, I put that in the wrong place? Surely not. Oh, no, there we go. Oh, it's just very stiff. That's strange. Never had that problem before. Clamp. Oh, sorry. Keep punching things. So I'm going to clamp it. Also, Matt, if you're still there, some nice things were said about you earlier. Not by me, of course. By members of the actual public. Outrageous. Next on the list, we do, of course, still have to sort out the weight, which I'm trying to think if it even needs it. I will put some in. I will do that. I don't know if it does actually need it. 10D. 10D is the poop chute. Oh, I'm throwing paints all over the place. Oh, there's chaos off camera. 10D. Where is 10D? Which one's sprue D? Is it this one? No, I see it. It's this one. 10D. So this will need to be glued in. Not just yet. I'm kind of jumping ahead a little bit whilst the glue is drying. Time 4:10. Okay. New Mark II was on sale. £23. Are you sure that's a sale price? Only because I just buy most of mine for like 15 quid. And then I do have an obscene number of Mark 1s. So we could run it with your soon-to-be 3 blue and grey. Yeah, blue and grey maroon was a fairly common combination. Yeah, so that will go in there. It doesn't need to go in there until the fuselage halves are together. Next, we have the air intakes. Now, the inside of these could be painted now because some of it should be white and the outer bit should be the same colour as the aircraft. I don't care enough to paint the white, and I'm checking my previous one. Yeah, you can... no, you can barely see it. So I'm going to glue it together now. That did not go on the shelf properly. That's leaning on a meteor. So I'm just going to glue them together and be done with it. 14 and 11. That's 14. There. And that's 11. And 11. This is the port side. This is usually what I end up messing up on this kit. Regularly had, I think, half of them, so 2 of them. I've ended up with a gap here where it shouldn't be. Plonk. Nearly dropped it. Like that. Ugh. Actually, what I could do is stick it on now when it's slightly wet, and then I can, yeah, I'll do that. By sticking it on when it's slightly wet, I can sort of make sure it's pressed firmly in all the right places. Hey. Whoops. Oh, put way too much glue on there. Way too much glue. Nice. There we go. And then the other one. Where? Oh, it's over here. I was wondering where the sprue went. There's this one and this one. Need to work out the order that I'm going to paint this in. How does one... Oh, I suppose, yeah, I could do it that way, couldn't I? You don't know what I'm going to do yet. Yeah. Yeah, if I do it that way, that might work. Does that? No, this doesn't fit together. Why doesn't it fit together? Because there's tiny, inconvenient bits of excess plastic. Right there. Well, dang. And there as well. This is probably what messed up the last ones. Should I dry fit? Not gonna. That on there. And does that fit? Yes, that does fit. Okay, yeah, obviously the error I've made before on these was just user error, not kit error. What a surprise. I don't know what I'm doing. And that's the other intake. Happy days. Work out the best way of doing the canopy. I might do the canopy afterwards, as I sometimes do. Sometimes I'll put it on and mask it, other times I'll leave it off and then paint it by hand afterwards. Might do it that way. However, I should work out what I'm using for weight. So I might have stashed on a railway wagon behind the desk. Let's move that out of the way. I might have some pre-cut lead. I do not. Okay. No, definitely not. I have the buffer beams from an old Kerr Stewart locomotive. I could use them as weight. I don't think that's a great idea because then I have no buffer beams. Buffer beams or hawk weight? That is the question, apparently. Do we think glue and glaze will hold liquid gravity? Because it dries quicker. Well, not quicker. I mean, it's just not going to be an issue drying. I don't know. Let's just super glue it, I guess. Liquid gravity. I've only got just under half of this liquid gravity left. So what I'm going to do, I don't normally do it this way. Normally what I do is I pour in the liquid gravity and then flood it afterwards with super glue. But this time, I'm going to put some super glue in first. Let's blue tack this like that. It's not going anywhere. Oh shit. First thing that happened is the super glue ran into the wrong place. That was a very stupid thing to do. But thankfully, because everything's already painted, you're not going to notice that. So, disaster averted. Right. Super glue blob in there. Then I can pour some of this in. Like that. That's probably all it's going to need. I'll say probably. I don't know. I'm dubious as to whether the Hawk even needs any weight. I know it says it does, but the starter set one doesn't. And the plane is essentially the same. So, not sure why this over the other one would need weight. There's a bit more room, but we'll be alright, I guess. That's me just wiping the tip. You use lead pellets from a rather large bag you bought in the US. Mixed with epoxy, yeah, but mixing with epoxy is more effort than not mixing with epoxy. I am very lazy. When the liquid gravity runs out, I actually have this stuff, which is from DCC Concepts. It's a big bag of lead shot, and the balls are slightly larger than liquid gravity. Can't quite see them. Yeah, they're slightly bigger. They're not that much bigger. They're slightly bigger. But DCC Concepts recently stopped trading, and so I got these pretty discounted. So I've got a kilogram down there. Given it's taken me years to get through the half of the liquid gravity I've got through, I can't imagine I'm going to be running out of this stuff anytime soon. That should, yeah, that'll be fine. Yeah, it should give me enough time to glue this together now. So let's do that. I wish I'd used liquid gravity on my B-24 Liberator, because that does not sit without the ladder at the back holding it up. And I put sheets of lead in that. I've also got a B-25 Mitchell to do at some point. And the Mitchell is another plane with a humongous tail that needs to sit on its nose. So I'll be interested to see if I can actually get that to sit properly. So in a rather haphazard way. DCC concepts makes you think of model trains. Yep, well, that's what they used to do. I don't know why they went bust. I always used to think people liked their stuff, but oh well. I don't really care for DCC, so I never actually bought them. DCC is too much effort. I don't have room for a complicated railway, so I just run one train at a time, around in a circle. Right. Then that can go on there to hold that. The front is a little bit tight still for some reason. I don't know why. But we will probably be alright. I'm saying probably. What we'll do is open the canopy bit. Oh, move it up a bit, it's getting in my way. Because we can take the canopy off now just to make sure it will indeed fit. Yes, it will. Okay, so yeah, there is a slight gap, but it's not an issue because that's going to fit fine. Cool. Right, well, let's leave that clamped for the time being, and we can work on other things. Not even just other things. We can just do. As long as that stays clamped, we're all right. Get rid of those. I feel like I'm speed running a video game. Got a hawk. I want it yesterday. There's this middle bit. Yeah, I've had problems with that before. Obviously just incompetence. It seems to fit fine. Of the projects I wanted to sort out by the end of the week, knowing that I'm very much running out of time, one of them was my latest 009 loco, which is only, it's green. It still needs all the lining. Going for at least 2 colour lining, yellow and black. So I should probably work on that later, but what I'm almost certainly going to end up doing is just jumping on Cyberpunk and playing hours of video games again. Because it's so rare that I get the time to do that. Whoops. That's not good. Let's do it again. Put the canopy on to make sure that it was going to fit over this bit, and it ended up getting stuck to the canopy. There we go. So that's going to need to be black. We can deal with that later. Oops, that's how you break things. It's a very tight fitting interior, especially when you put a load of lead in it. But this is why I wanted to do it when it was still slightly wet, so that you could, so that we can, the collective we, can sort of apply pressure to squeeze it until it does fit. Right, so there's that. What's next? Wings, apparently. Wingers. So we have a bottom piece for both wings. Let's put that there. And then we have separate top pieces for each wing. Like that. I'm going to give these a sand. I'm slumping a bit, so you're not going to see me sanding this, but I'm sure you can hear me sanding it. This kit does not need much work. And I definitely think it's the best value overall of the Lidl releases, because it is a proper kit, but it's a good proper kit. The Gazelle is something which you're going to have to fight with. I know, because I've made 3. The Comet you're just buying to put in the bin to prevent other people from buying it. The Aston Martin is an actual starter set, so it's probably the best kit of the lot. But because it's a starter set, it's still fairly simple. And the Land Rover's tiny. The Land Rover's fine. I've made one before. Absolutely fine, no problem with it. But I wouldn't say it's as good value as an actual proper kit of an actual proper aircraft. Boom. Oh, that slides in so nicely. Yes, that's very nice. And that one there. Still a tiny bit of a fit issue around these little cutouts. So I'm going to open those up a little bit. Should really be using a more angular file, but never mind. Oh, it doesn't seem to have done anything, actually. That's strange. How bizarre. Unknown. Anyway, let's get this glued. Also noting that due to internet reasons, the stream has fallen even further behind where it was earlier. So you're now hearing me in the past. In my past. Ah, well. Never mind. Still basically live, isn't it? It's close enough. Nice. And then that wing on there. Line it up in the corner so that I don't splodge glue. Completely mess it up and splodge glue anyway. Put that one on there and that one on there. Nice. That should... Yeah, it's going to fit on nicely, isn't it? Look at that. You've not built a clear prop kit yet, but they do look nice. They do, yes. Not perfect by any measure, but they've certainly got plenty of detail and they've designed them quite well. They do appear to be a bit part heavy. I've been perusing the instructions on ScaleMates for a couple of other clear prop kits, and they definitely look good, but they have designed it in such a way that they probably give you more work to do than they need to. Not that I think all kits should be really easy. I'm not saying you should make it in as few parts as possible. What's the point in that? But there is a balance. And they're a bit far in one direction. Right. Now, these are the horrible little... what do they do? I don't even know what they do. They break up airflow. The things on the bottom wings, basically. And they're all slightly different sizes. So I'm going to cut them out and try and get them in the right order. 6. And yeah, I could glue them on one at a time, but that's not going to happen. 5, 6, 4. Whoops. Goodbye, you need to go. Good luck for a nice rest of the day. Thank you for joining when you did. enjoy the rest of your day. Hope it goes well for you. Oops, keep it in the camera. 4. And this is 5, so 5 goes on the outside. And then we have 6. Like that. How long have I been streaming? 1 hour 48 according to my screen. Okay, that's fine. I should probably put the pod on as well, shouldn't I? I'm going to cut that off now. I don't think I've put that on any of the others before. Unclear. Right, that can go over there in the corner. Let's grab a quick drink. Oh dear. It may just be squash, but in this heat, liquid is appreciated. That one. And there's that one. And this one. Just cutting the tiny bits of plastic feed off of these stabilizing bits. Go. And they're all lined up in such a way as to make this bit, in theory, hard to mess up. And once again, I'm not going to dry fit. Oh, I'm going to accidentally put glue over my plastic like an amateur. And then hope. Okay, hope seems to be working. Nice. That's one side done. And then the same for this side. If I can. There we go. Make sure they're more or less straight, and they are. I do have a concern over primer with this, because I was going to prime it in white, and the white primer takes longer to dry. That's going to be a slight issue. Maybe. Will it be an issue? The biggest issue will be the sound of the compressor. I don't have a mute button with my current setup, so I can't easily just mute it. You have to go to. I'll catch up later. Enjoy the build and paint. Look forward to seeing what it will be. Yeah, catch the stream. If you watch the stream back, you'll see it at the end, obviously. If not, there will be a post about it. Well, I plan to put a post about it after I've built it. So thank you for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. It won't even be that exciting. I think it will look good, otherwise I wouldn't be doing it. But it's not that exciting. Okay, let's... So the problem with when polycement is running low is that sometimes you need to give it just that little extra squeeze. And that's all it takes for it to come gushing out. And I didn't intend for this to be a euphemism stream. That's just how my brain has apparently worked today. So that should go on like that. Yeah, there we go. There's the pod. It's fine. What is next? We have 1D, which is the back of the... Where even is that bit? I can't find it. Why do I keep having problems with screw D? Oh, is it over there? No, it's not over there. Oh, there it is. It's the back of the fuselage, or the top of the fuselage behind the back of the cockpit. So that is next. And the horizontal stabilizers, which will go on with the wings because it's then easier to line it up to make sure they all fit squarely or roundly, depending on what's correct at the time. This is the bit which never seems to fit properly. There's always resistance. Just a tiny bit too big. So if I wonder if either the plastic is too thick or that's too tall. So I wonder if it was a tolerance issue or if it was actually a bit of just a general balls up. But I'm going to scrape a bit of paint off and plastic until it fits. Doesn't normally need much, but it needs a bit more than that. It's lower on that side. Okay, that's fine. Oh, almost so close. Tiny bit more off the top. Whoops, just tried to put it on the wrong way around. Oh, I thought that little bit off the top would be enough, but no, it needs a little bit more off the top. Like Hawk Life, sanding down bulkheads. One day I'll make a Hawk from another company, rather than just smashing out constant Airfix ones. We're nearly there. It's just a tiny bit I can see getting in the way. Still getting in the way. Let's get this on. Yeah, gunk. Like that. Sorted. I'll probably take the tape off now. That's going to hold itself. Also good practice just to tidy up the join line under here. Because the wings will fit flush onto that and you don't want a line down the middle of it. There we go, done, just like that. I'm not going to glue it on just yet. Let's get the horizontal stabilizers. 9 and 10. 10 is starboard. 9 is port, although they can only go one way around because of the angle, but I still like to get into the habit of always lining things up where they should be, just in case I lose my damn mind for a moment. That's the pitot tube, isn't it? Oh god, I hate the pitot tube on this thing. So unnecessarily spindly. You're inspired to build the Comet now. It's a beautiful aircraft. Wouldn't have thought of it only for all the little commotion. Yes, it is a beautiful aircraft. I just don't think the Airfix kit is a good idea. If it were to have come back as a vintage classic, same sort of low price, ignore the paints are kind of irrelevant, then yeah, fine. Even better would for it to have been come back in a McRobertson multi-scheme, if you like, so you could do either red, green or black. That would have been fine. To just chuck it out, labelling it on the website as for beginners, nah. But the aircraft is absolutely beautiful, and if you can't get hold of the clear prop one, then fine, I guess. People have been linking the Lidl releases to the to further wider issues or perceived issues at Airfix. I didn't do that in my video. I'm reluctant to get involved in that side of things. These decisions are made months before anything else, anything is released. It takes a long time, obviously, to produce them and then ship them over from India. So I don't know who made the decision, and I don't really care who made the decision. I'm just critiquing a decision. Oh, fuck. It did a barrel roll after I'd already put glue on my kit. There we go. On the wings, that was too much. I knew it was too much cement when I was doing it. There we go. Right. We now have a hawk, and that's unmistakably a hawk, all glued together. Just trying to line up the wings, make sure that they are all correct. Yeah, that looks about right, don't you think? I think it looks about right. Tend to make sure that they touch at the right point. So if you're looking straight down, you should get the tips, the wingtips touching the main wing at the same time. So one's a tiny bit too high, one's a bit too low. Getting the clear prop one for sure. Yeah, it's definitely a nice kit. I can't comment on how accurate it is in terms of shape or anything. It certainly looks right. Just looking at the fuselage, it looks about right. But because I've never seen, well, I say I've never seen the real one. I've seen a replica of it, but I've never actually been to Old Warden and seen Grosvenor House. And because I don't have drawings of it or anything, I haven't lined it up. But the Airfix one looks wrong. It just looks wrong. It's clearly inspired by, but the nose is just not the right shape. But the clear prop one just looks right. Also, as I mentioned in the video, I'm not sure how famous the Comet Racer is by today's standards. That was an absolutely abysmal job at putting glue on that part. Good lord, it was terrible. What am I doing? I can tell you what I'm not doing. A good job. It's fine. It will look fine. In the 1950s, the Comet Racer was very famous. It was a pre-war aircraft that survived the war. I mean, madness. So it was very famous then. I'm not sure it's massively famous now, except with people that knew the Airfix kit in the 70s and 80s. I'm very glad that they did it though, because my preferred area of modelling, says somebody currently building a 1980s jet, but my preferred time period for modelling is the interwar period because the aircraft are so interesting and often ridiculous. Right, next I'm going to do it with the air brake closed. It just makes a lot more sense for me to keep this relatively simple, given that I do still intend to build it to completion today. 3B. There you go. That's a Norfolk thing for people that don't know. Instead of going boy, you go bear. You ate bear. But because I'm not from round here, I've sort of adopted some of the silly language, but in a different sort of context. So anytime I see the letter B, it's like, oh, it's a bear. It's a bear, innit? Oh, look, there's a yellow and black stripy insect on my plant. Oh, it's a bear. Nobody says it like that, but I do, to mock people. Nice. Air brake in. Bloop. So which clear prop one would you get? Grosvenor House, CSR, or Black Magic? Hannants have them all. Well, at least I think they do, don't they? They definitely have the green. They definitely have Black Magic and Grosvenor House. So I was in Hannants last week and I saw them. But which one would you get? I really want one of the French ones next. Well, I want Black Magic as well. I'm going to have 2 Grosvenor House. Black Magic's always been my favourite. If the clear prop one continues to be a positive experience, and there's no reason why it won't because it's nearly structurally done, then I will almost certainly buy another one at some point. Right, that's, oh shit, that's the centerline pod. Been sounding it off camera again. The centerline pod done. It's definitely getting there. I just need. I'm also going to be really lazy and not use any filler on the bottom. Do I need some on the top? Nah, sod it. We're going to go fillerless. Fillerless. Filler takes time to dry. I don't have time. I'm speed running this. That's fine. That's fine. It's all good. Look at that. Such a nice aircraft. Hawk is coming along wonderfully. Yes, it is. Thank you. It is a nice aircraft. I do like a Hawk. Right. So this is where it gets a little bit awkward because you have to, I say you have to, if you follow the instructions, you end up with the undercarriage before you paint it because the undercarriage goes in before the fuselage halves go together. Now that's not that big an issue if you're, well, it's not an issue at all if you're brush painting, but if you're airbrushing, it just gives you protruding bits that you need to mask off. So I could go whole hog and also glue the main gear in, paint all of that. I don't really want to do that. That seems like an odd way of doing it. I can just be clever with tape, I suppose. There is also the issue of these stabilizer bits. Where is one? 5B, 7D. 5B is on this side. These often get knocked off when I build a Hawk. Then I am a bit on the clumsy side. Okay, let's move those out of the way. And then D is the other one. It's on this side. There we go. Yeah, I might as well just keep going. Put as much on other than the wheels. I'm going to keep the wheels off. And then 8 is starboard. Port is not. The pilot is going to take too long to paint, so I will cut him off the sprue but leave him in my storage area, by which I mean just chuck it over the other side of the desk. You can, on this kit, however, use the closed undercarriage bays as masks, which, thank you, very loud moped, which is helpful. Right, that is one sprue now completely empty. It's helpful if I had actually painted these first. So I could paint these now, or I could not mask them. I will. I think what I can do, I can prime it white, then put the masks over the top, then paint the colour that I'm going to paint over it, and then I'll have the white to paint over with the bay colour, which will be grey. That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. We're 2 hours 9 into the stream. The aircraft is almost structurally complete. Unfortunately, the white primer is, other than being a bit slow drying, it's a bit temperamental. It likes to clog the airbrush. So there could certainly be moments of me swearing. I suppose I could use black primer. The colour I'm going for is not as important for me to get the primer colour right. But white would still make sense. There will be some red on it, so I do need some red. Some white primer for that. Right. Unsure. You'd be amazed at how much brain power I've actually already spent on this kit before even starting it, thinking about how I'm going to do it and whether I'm going to have enough time to build the whole thing in one stream. Because normally I don't rush my models. I wouldn't say I'm the most careful either. You know, some people can smash out a kit in literally an hour and then they're painting it. Although in the next spoiler break, which will be very soon because I'm going to let this dry before I prime it, I can show you. In fact, well, I could even start it, couldn't I? I don't know. Right, that's the nose doors on, because I can at least put some tape around there, and it doesn't really matter if the interior gets splattered, does it? I don't think so. I reckon we're 5 to 5 now. I reckon we'll be painting it in the next half hour or so. Are they big bit first? They are big bit first, aren't they? They are big bit first. Oops. I'm just knocking paints over. You can't see it. It's just off camera, but this is creating a mess. Come on. Stupid lack of poly cement. Nice. That's one. It does tell me what angles they are, but I don't have a protractor nearby. I mean, who uses a protractor that, unless you actually do design things manually. But seriously, it's 2026. Who uses a protractor anymore? Okay, and then big bit forwards, like that. Done. Happy days. Hawk. Looks good. Looks very good, in fact. Oh, I forgot to put the poop chute in. There we go. Poop chute in. Try and line those up so that they are not wonky or liable to just fall off everywhere. Nice. That'll do. I'm pretty sure that is everything that I can put on realistically without making it too fragile for painting, because we've got wheels and undercarriage bay doors on here. They can be painted separately. In fact, what I'll do, I often do this as well. I'm not cutting it off the sprue, I'm just separating one of the two attachment points, and then the actual sprue feed itself, because then when I paint it, it paints over this bit as well, so I don't have to patch that later. And that I've deliberately done it on the side so that the bit which is still fed in will be facing the kit anyway, so it won't be as important. So we've got wheels and the doors. On here we have undercarriage bits. That's for the air brake, and that's the pitot tube, so that's fine. Let's put that there. And that on top, and then on the third sprue, that's nearly falling off, a tiny little antenna. The antenna will get knocked off if I glue it on. Actually, will it? Let's put one of them on. Do a little bit of experimentation. I'm going to put one on and see if it falls off. Like that. Cool. There we go. Do we think it's heavy enough? Oh yeah, I was going to check what else is on here. We've got one more antenna, and then we've got the other undercarriage doors. I'm going to do the same to these undercarriage doors as I did with the others. Like that, and like that. Whoops. Not like I've got expensive model trains beneath me and I've just shot bits of plastic across the room towards them. That's fine. That'll do. Right, yes, there's nothing else that I need to glue on. That is about as far as I can go construction-wise. So the next step will be to cover up the canopy or cockpit area, either by gluing the canopy on, but I don't think I can be bothered. Then I have to mask it, and I hate masking canopies. I don't know. It might be easier just to do it. Yeah, okay, I will do that. I'll do that now whilst the rest of it's drying. Oh, I need to paint it black. No, I'll paint this black first. And I'll need to cut this clear bit off. That can go over there for now. And we'll need to change knife blades because it's not very sharp. This bit will have to go on as well. Does it go that way? No, it goes that way. It's that way there. Like that. Okay, let's get the black out. Oh no, there's a black out. Oh, where's the black? I had it in my hand. Oh, it's over there. Okay. Paintbrush. Let's get the tatty one. Might as well use it. I need to paint the dashboard area. Dashboard? That's what you'd call it on a car. The front bit. Bit in front of the pilot. It was a stupid idea using a tatty paintbrush. Paint's just going to go everywhere. Why would you let me do that? I'm going to chuck it. This is the last time this paintbrush is being used. Well, unless somebody takes it out of the trash, I guess. I don't know. Right, there you go, that's painted black. That can now dry. Should probably not sit it like that on the fragile bit, should I? Let's quickly balance it on some blue tack. There we go. It's going to sit there and dry. I now need to get some tape out. Tape, and I will need, I think I'll need a new knife blade. Oh, I've also thrown the old paintbrush across the room, so I'm not using that accidentally. Let's change to this blade, that looks sharper. To be fair, it's not hard for the blade to look sharper. Oh god, yeah. Oh, I almost felt that. Just cut it into the cutting mat, and yeah, it made me feel things I wish I didn't. Let's try the bigger tape. We might be alright with the bigger tape. I like that. That'll do. Tweezers. So I really don't like masking. I just find it so stressful and dull, and if you make one tiny mistake, you've just basically buggered your whole model or given yourself way more work to do. But I also don't like buying paint masks because that involves spending extra money. Okay, that doesn't quite work. That doesn't quite work because the windscreen area is a tiny bit lower, just the tiniest bit lower than the main canopy area. So cut that, position that again. You need to mask your Focke-Wulf 190s. Yeah. Sounds horrible. Do you not have paint masks for them? I know you're one more for paint masks than wasting your time with this bullshit. Ugh. Oh yeah. Just changing the knife blade to one that actually works, it makes such a difference. Who would have thought it? Been struggling with this old knife blade for months now. Literally months. Come on. Forward a little bit. That'll do. And hopefully one of them has the molded framework on the inside. Why would you do that? I hate it. You didn't bother with the masks because it's only a couple of panels. It is at least a small canopy, almost frameless canopy. like this, which is why I'm doing it on this, even though I hate masking. But it will hopefully look all right when it is done. Like that. I wonder, can I? I'm having brain things. What are they called? Thoughts. I'm having thoughts. One thought is that I'm going to struggle to get this done before dinner. I might have to go downstairs and delay dinner. Excuse me, wife. Can you hold off on cooking food so that I can continue talking to people on the internet and playing with bits of plastic? Thank you. I feel like I'm about to slice my finger off at any moment. I felt how sharp this blade was. Right. Okay. Let's try that. Let's try. Oh god. I need pointy tweezers. Pointy tweezers. Tweezer de point. Nice. Yes, that's what we want. It's the tiniest imperfection, but it's tiny. Won't even notice that. Simply won't notice. Be alright. Right. Cool. And then that one. Nearly done. If you think this is about as interesting to watch as watching paint dry, then stay tuned, because shortly I'll be painting. And then it will need to dry. Okay, that wasn't quite as clean as I wanted. It's fine. It's close enough. It will do. Oh. That and that. I need my skizzles. And then that there. Done. We are nearly there. Again, creaky chair before anyone says anything. This chair is so close to retirement. Also ready for retirement. It's not close to retirement. I'm going to drag it out for another 20 years. Chair will be screaming at me. No, please. Just let me die. When it has no legs left. Right. The outside frame done. Didn't even use the thin tape. However, my thought that I was having earlier, we'll delay this a tiny bit. More people riding hair dryers outside. Canopy masking done. Right, so I still need to glue this clear screen. Oh, I should have done this before masking it, actually. This is kind of the wrong way around. Is it going to fit? Almost, but not quite. Let's quickly sand the bottom down a little bit. The kit on your latest video is the first kit in 40 years after returning to Hobbit. Is the Spitfire video public? Is that the one? Airfix Spitfire Mark 1. Oh, you bastard. Okay. So I need to thin it down a little bit. It just about fits. Oops, put that back up. Just about fits, but it needs to more than just about fit, because what I was thinking of doing, there's a panel line on the canopy. It's not on the canopy, it's on top of this, basically. That you can see externally as a white line. So what I was going to do is glue this on. Do you think the dog agrees? That way around. Just having a moment then, trying to work out which way around it goes. I know I've used normal poly cement for this, but sod it. Most of it's hidden anyway, so it doesn't matter. There we go. That's the clear bit on. It was the Spitfire Mark 1. Yeah, I thought so. It's a really good kit. I have built, I want to say 3 off the top of my head. 3 of them. No, oh, hang on. No, that can't be right. 1, 2. I've got another one, actually. This needs to temporarily dry. I'm going to shake some white paint whilst that's drying. I built 2 last year, but I've never actually finished. Oh no, I didn't. I only built 1. No, never mind. Spitfire. That's a Spitfire, and that will be the Airfix one. That's 2. Is that 1? That looks like 1. That's 3. So I've got at least 3 of them, maybe 4, but there's only 3 currently on display. And I've got 1 more to build. It's a very simple kit. Simple but effective, I think. I had a bit of a model making break in up until 2020. Basically, unsurprisingly, COVID boosted me into building more models, but it actually sort of started a little bit before then. I've never had that much of a break, but a relative break of it's a thing I do occasionally, build a few models a year, that sort of thing, and then I went to full-blown needing to put up extra shelves. And it was like an RAF set. It's not actually a set that exists. It was my own desire to build RAF Battle of Britain aircraft for the anniversary of the Battle of Britain, which was of course 1940, so the anniversary 2020. So I bought mostly Airfix kits. So I had the Hurricane, Spitfire, Defiant, Blenheim, things like that, and I had a decal set for all of them as well. So I spent much of 2020 building those that sort of era of Airfix kits, and it's the first kits in many years that I had built, and they all had the same sort of quality. And so it was very enjoyable, enough that I ended up spending some of my lockdown building more models, and then even ending up on live streams building models. And that's not something that I expected at all. And then being peer pressured into making YouTube videos, and well, here I am. So that's my plan. I'm painting white around the part here, the clear screen. And then when it's dry, I'm going to put the canopy over the top. And then in theory, I won't have to paint that on the outside. The downside is if I don't line it up properly, I might scratch some of the paint off. So it's a bit of a risk, but I'll give it a go. The other downside is that this now does need to dry. Absolutely needs to dry before I put the canopy on. And then after I put the canopy on, we've got some priming and painting to do. So we are 2.5 hours in, not quite ready for painting, which isn't ideal. Ugh, hopefully food is something that can just be left and I can eat it afterwards. Right, what do I do now that this is waiting? Oh, yes. So the next sort of spoiler, if you watched my last stream, you will already have seen this. But next up on the bench, this is after the Clear Prop Comet Racer, which I expect will be finished. I mean, it depends. By the end of the week, by the end of the weekend. So the next kit, I've now filmed an unboxing of this. Let's move the hawk out of the way. It is the PM model F86. This kit is quite remarkable in how basic it is, and something which I hadn't noticed until I was making the video is that it's listed as Flying Swans and yet has been released previously under the name White Swans. The Turkish is the same either way, and the Turkish translates, according to Google Translate, into Flying Swans. So why this has been repeatedly released with White Swans instead of Flying Swans, I don't know. Somewhere along the lines, if you look at this now, if you type in the product code on ScaleMate, it will tell you that it's the White Swans. I don't know. I simply don't get it. It's a Turkish company. You thought they'd get it right. You finished masking one of your canopies. Turns out the frames are actually on the outside. Well. Whoops. Although presumably that just made your life a bit easier. You'd have thought. So the reason why... Oh, God. Ugh. The reason why this is an interesting kit is because of how simple it is. That's the fuselage. No cockpit whatsoever. No interior details. We have raised panel lines on all surfaces except for the tail surfaces when they are engraved. Well, the wings have fallen off. I chopped one of them off. The other one's now fallen off as well. The plastic quality is, well, it's plastic. That's about all I can say for it. It doesn't fit. Can't get the wings in. I think that one fits if you squeeze it hard enough. Yes. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing that will take up about 5 minutes of my day because I'm not putting too much effort into this. So that's next. It's got a stand. I'm probably going to build it with the stand. I wouldn't normally, but yeah. There are so few pieces. Why not use the stand just to use two of them? It does come with this nice little card, in which case on which it says swans. So the box says Flying Swans. Previous releases say White Swans, and this just says Swans. Honestly, I don't know. I can't explain it. It's that's the instructions. It's a thing. It is definitely a thing. I think it tells you to put weight in there. I think, presumably, I don't speak foreign, but I'm guessing that's what it says. No idea. Not a clue. Oh, I found some liquid gravity. It's not pooping out the plane, is it? No, there's no way it's coming out. There's none rattling. Nothing like a PM model kit to remind me of how good other companies are. Is that touch dry yet? Yes, that is touch dry. So let's get the canopy on. I'm using my usual risky technique of just using standard poly cement on a canopy, relying on skill and precision. In other words, I'm about to make a terrible mistake. But it dries much better than PVA-based glue, in my opinion. When I've used PVA type glues before, it takes them a while to dry, and then all you do is sneeze near it and the canopy comes off. Somebody else on a motorbike rumbling past the house, which you can probably hear. Come on, come on. Ooh. Of course, we don't actually know if this is going to work and look good until after the painting is done. So that will be a surprise for later, won't it? Has my plan worked? Tune in next week. Actually, don't. I won't be streaming next week. This is my last stream for the foreseeable, maybe ever. Who knows? But certainly for a while. Your next will be a P14 finish paint scheme. Beautiful. Right. Yep. Top tier. Went to Finland last weekend. Found the kit from a local hobby store. Historical paint that Finns captured from Russians to put it to work. Yes. Which kit is it? Which manufacturer are you going for? This isn't going to work at all. I'm trying to use tape when tape is clearly not appropriate for the job. Very interesting and unique plane. The Finns had some of the most interesting aircraft of the Second World War period. I'm saying Second World War period because, strictly speaking, they were not part of the Second World War. They were having their own semi-related kerfuffles rather than getting involved in the world politics, strictly speaking. With the Winter War and the Continuation War. I do not have a Finnish P40, although I have seen decals for a Finnish P40 and been very tempted. I don't know if you have watched many of my videos before, but there are a few Finnish aircraft that pop up. Not as many as I would like, but there are a few, and there will be more because I have a bit of a thing for the Finnish Air Force, because I think it is probably the single most interesting Air Force. Probably. Simply because of the nature of their aircraft, of buying them from anyone and everyone that would offer them planes. So they had some from the Americans, the British, the Germans. Then they captured and recycled so many Russian ones as well that the Finns really did just sort of have this jumbled mess of an air force. And then, of course, they kept things running for a lot longer than perhaps they should have done. So I've got the Moraine Saunier, the 406 that they called the Bogeyman. I can't remember what they actually called the production type, but you know what I mean. That one. I've got the Buffalo. I've got two Finnish Buffalo. I've got a 109, Hurricane, the Pelikapov, all sorts of Finnish stuff. And I've still got a Finnish Hurricane to build, which is the Armour Hobby tool. And I'm sure there is something else Finnish that I've forgotten about. I don't actually have that many finished aircraft in the stash, because I tend to build them really quickly because I go, oh, it's finished, let's build it. Such as that Finnish Tiger Moth that I published a video of literally a couple of weeks ago. The Special Hobby kit. Oh, I need to make... People keep telling me to buy the Special Hobby P40, and I will. I will get round to it eventually. But I just get distracted by other things. But I really should. You've seen all of my videos. Well, thank you. Thank you for paying the bills. That's a joke. I don't make enough money from YouTube to pay the bills, and never will. Canopies can be a pain. Yep. If they are a poor fit, you had issues with the Hobby Boss 109. Okay. Canopy had very thick framing, out of scale. Yeah. Small aircraft like the 109, because the 109 is small, dwarfed by a Spitfire. Small aircraft often do have very thick panel lines if you're not careful. I'm writing down that product code, Special Hobby 72486. There it is. Oh yes, that, in fact, that is one of the ones that I was planning on getting. I've walked past that box. In fact, I walked past it in Hannon's last week and was tempted again to pick it up, but I still haven't. That is probably the one that I would go for, and I would do it with, even though it's much harder to paint, with the yellow stripes, because it just looks nicer and it would match my other Finnish aircraft. So I might have to hit the button on that. I've kept that on a separate tab. I will look into that. Thank you for reminding me. One of these days I will buy that kit, or at least a version of the P40, the Special Hobby P40. Right. I'm just quickly testing how many seconds behind my stream is by just putting my hand there. Oh, actually, no, I didn't even put my hand in the right place, did I? Oh, what an idiot. You've been thinking about a Special Hobby P40. That is because you love P40s. We are both a fan of the P40, and I would expect nothing less than for you to pick up a Special Hobby one. Although you've got a Trumpeter one and I haven't, so I might have to pick up a Trumpeter one. Maybe I should just do a P40 month. I'm not actually going to do that. Or am I? How much is the Trumpeter one at the moment? Trumpeter 172. Oh, I spelled Trumpeter wrong. Did I really? Okay. Tiny bit cheaper than the Special Hobby one. Yeah, okay. You did open the box the other day. It's really nice inside. Yeah, I have looked at pictures of it many times. So hopefully it will be good. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is good. And yeah, you've heard good things about it. Yeah, same. So yeah, I probably should just get on and build a couple of P40s. I actually really want a 48 scale P40 as well. I've only recently really started getting into more 48th aircraft, and I don't really have the space for them. But if I'm going to get anything in 48th, I think a P40 should be amongst them. Right, this is where the stream is now going to potentially sound a little awkward, because I'm getting the airbrush out and the compressor will start vibrating. Let's move that out the way. And I've also just checked, we're about 45-second delay at the moment, because it keeps on dropping. Oh god, that's my railway. I'm just flipping my card round so that I don't airbrush my nice black background. Hello, will you build and paint everything today? Just arrived. That is the plan. That is the plan. However, the dinner is currently, I think, on, maybe. So I've probably only got another hour. I'm not painting this red. I'm about to start painting. This is the progress I've made thus far today. Actually, what I might do is quickly nip downstairs before I paint, go on a quick break, nip downstairs and just see what an ETA for dinner is, because if possible, I want to actually finish this. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Looks good. And I could probably do with a quick wee. So yes, I know you've just arrived, but if you can just hang tight, I'm going to take my microphone off and leave it on the desk so that I don't make a fool of myself. And I'm going to shake the paint as I go. You've got to drop off. You'll catch me later. Yes. Oh shit! Sorry, that was loud on the microphone. Goodbye. Thank you for joining. First, you have to finish the lank. You haven't. Oh, you got a lank as well. Right. We're going to have just a quick break, just to have a wee and check on dinner, and then I'll be back, and then I'm going to do some painting. But yes, the plan is, if possible, I'll paint to finish this all today. So hang fire. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Leave you on the break screen with the microphone on, left on the desk. Somebody that was not paid said nice things about me. Well, I mentioned somebody asked if there will be a video, if I put the video about last week's event. And I said no, but the modeler has published the video. Go and check that out. And on the back of that, right, I am back. What did I miss? Probably nothing, maybe everything. Oh, I probably shouldn't be airbrushing right next to my drink, should I? That might get paint in there. Oh well. We live and learn, chap. We live and learn. Oh, right. Microphone, apologies. There's going to be a loud clunk when I clip it back on me. That is the downside with a wireless mic. There we go. Right, what did I miss? Oh, that was a bit loud. Sorry. What button do I press? That button. That button. Paper. Oh, I've got tape on it. Let's get rid of that. What lank do you have? Is it the Airfix one? And is it a Dam Busters lank? That was my question before I ran downstairs. Are we good to go? I think we're good to go. I think we can paint. Again, I'm not overly focusing too much on the panel line side of things. I don't really care. Oh shit, no, I'm not quite ready. I'm not quite ready because I need to wrap up the nose wheel, don't I? Ugh. The Airfix down. Oh, it is the down buster. Nice. Yeah. I've been tempted by that because that's appeared in sales relatively recently, and I don't have a Lancaster, and I don't have any room for a Lancaster, but somehow I just kind of want one. I also was in my local air museum with Ms. Modeler the other day, last week, and they've got a model of the Grand Slam Lank, and I really like that. It just looks so over the top, stripping it down as much as possible to fit this ridiculously huge bomb on it, and I just kind of like that. Yeah, I very rarely make big bombers, just again lack of space. Where are you going to put these things? Right, I've now taped up and just put a bit of blue tack around the wheel. And again, I'm going to apologise. This is probably not going to sound great because the compressor is quite near me, and therefore you're likely going to hear this. But it needs to be done. This is why I've avoided airbrushing on any of the other streams, by the way. Chuck some white primer in. It also flicks everywhere. It's now over my fingers. Oh, such a pain. And it tends to clog the airbrush as well. In fact, I'm going to turn the mic down, so I'm going to be quieter. There's the white primer. Yeah, that'll do. I'm not going for the greatest finish in the world. But I'm hoping it will look decent. And I'm also accepting that this airbrush needs a decent clean. You have the Revell Lancaster for your next build. The Mark 1 and 3. Nice. There we go. Right, I think the tail is the most important bit. I always start with the tail first so that I have somewhere to hold it whilst I do the rest. So in theory the tail should be dry by the time I finish the rest of the aircraft, but I don't think that is true in this case. I don't think it's going to be dry, so I'm going to have to hold it by the leg, which is not ideal. Getting there. Wow, this really is spluttering everywhere. Definitely should have cleaned the airbrush. Whoops. Oh well, that's what happens if you're lazy. Slightly clogged. Do I sometimes use rattle can primers? I used to use them for more or less everything. I genuinely prefer rattle can primers. However, I went into my local model shop and they had this black primer. I thought I'd give it a go. It's all right, but there's loads of it, so it's going to take a while to replace. So for anything dark, I don't, well, for most things, I don't need a rattle can. And then I went in there for a rattle can white primer, and they had an even bigger pot of this white, 200 ml of the stuff. So for the foreseeable, I will not be rattle canning, but I have used them in the past, and I genuinely think they're fine. It's good for pretty much every application you're likely to come across. Although there are the occasional benefits of airbrushing, but usually I just can't be bothered. The only rattle can primer I currently have is red, and I don't use it much. Yep, already broken the little pointy antenna. The Vallejo Black is very good. I do think it is very good. Yes, it does sometimes need a little bit of extra thinner. But generally speaking, yeah, I'm pretty happy with the Vallejo Black. The white, however, is not as opaque. Now, obviously, it's white. It's going to be a harder colour, but I feel like I've had better luck with white rattle cans than this primer. Well, now it's starting to get a bit tip dry. It's not helpful. And I've run out of paint. Also not helpful. Chuck a bit more in there. Yeah, it's spitting quite a lot now. This is my Gallery GH8039, and for a budget airbrush, I genuinely really like it. But I also don't really know airbrushes because I've not been doing it for that long. But this genuinely is a very nice feeling airbrush. And I feel that my painting vastly improved when I was given this. Almost there. Almost made it to the tip. Wahey. Hello, Plastic Alchemist. How are you? Nice to see you. First time you used the black primer was when you built the Tempest. Nice. And under the aluminium cover it looked amazing. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, no, it is good. Oh, I didn't paint that bit. I didn't paint the poop chute. Nuno, today we are doing a red arrow that isn't going to be red. Spoiler. As you can see, it's currently in priming stage. I'm hoping to get it done fairly swiftly so that I can go and have dinner. Is that dry enough to touch yet? Almost. Okay, it's not going to take too long. Right, that is now going to sit there and dry. Oh, I just knocked a tiny part off. Oh, it was the undercarriage. I actually needed that. You picked up the GR39 for about 25 quid in a sale. Yes. I mean, it's not an expensive airbrush. I say it was given to me because it was. Not like this is a sponsored segment or anything. I'm not going to suddenly tell everybody to go out and buy it and use my affiliate link, although you're welcome to do so if you want. They just reached out and said, can we send you an airbrush? Yeah, just don't expect me to do anything with it. I'm not. They didn't pay me to say anything. They just asked if I could use it, and I said yes. The compromise will, because originally, actually, they did say, can you do a review video? And I said, but I don't review airbrushes. So I'm not a very competent airbrusher because I've not been doing it for very long. And I don't really want to sit there and bore people with 10 minutes of, oh, here is an airbrush. I press the thing and I do the what's it. And well, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not an airbrusher. So I just said, can I just feature it in a video? I'll do a little segment, just say what I think of it. And they're like, yeah, right. So they didn't pay me. They just gave me a fairly cheap airbrush. And now I use it for literally every model. I've only got another 2 airbrushes and one of them's broken. So this is just the one that I use. It's genuinely really, really good. It's looking good. Thank you. This has all been built live in front of my adoring fans. Well, in front of the people that have turned up anyway. And do a little bit more on the top. There we go. Okay, the compressor is not as loud as I thought it would be, picking up on the on OBS. Hang on, let's just blast a load of water through this airbrush. Oh, it's clogging again. It's my bad. Galleria really good. You've got the Seeker and it works a treat. Nice. I do think they are the best affordable brand out there for airbrushes, but then again, I've only tried a couple. Kaleido Gloss Back Primer used on your DB5. Paint was almond green. I've not tried any of their paints. Got the Mobius 0.3. Currently finishing off the Armor P51D. Oh, yeah, I saw, again, I walked past that, saw that. Very nearly picked it up. Right. I've slightly clogged this. I knew it was going to happen. It was dirty. I should have thoroughly cleaned it. I'm just going to give it a quick once over whilst this is drying. So, talk amongst yourselves. No, I'm still paying attention. Honest. P51D. I might make another P51D. A little while ago, I had this grand idea of doing this 1/72nd P51D kind of like showcase, build as many as I could and see if they're any good. And I got as far as two of them, which is the newest Airfix tool and the old Hella tool. I've got another 3 brands in the stash. And then I bought the 1/48th Airfix Mustang in a fairly for a fairly low price. Can't remember what it was now, but like half price or something. Looked at that and went, oh, I just want to do the bigger ones. I don't want to do the little ones. So I compromised by doing neither. I've not actually done any more P51s since. A nice little jig set up to position the landing gear. Ooh, nice. That's how you know a company's thought about it when they're supplying jigs. It's a needle. I'm putting it there so I don't forget it. If I can see it on the screen in front of me, I won't lose it. I'm going to give this just a quick clean. I also need to work out. I know roughly what colour I'm going for. I know what colour I'm going for. I just need to know which paint to use for that colour. Armour Hobby kits are amazing. Now, to be fair, I've only built 2. The Hurricane in 72nd and the P36 in 72nd. I've got one more to make, which is also another Hurricane. They have both been good, although there have been moments where I've sort of questioned why they've gone down that particular route for assembling some parts. Reminds me a little bit of Edward, who again are fantastic, but there are many times where I think, yep, that's just over-engineered. And people have defended it to me in comments before, going, oh, well, the limitations on the way that things are molded, you're not in the industry. I'm like, yeah, I get it. I'm not a designer, and I know that there are complications with the way that some shapes need to be molded, and you can't do some things. But if other manufacturers can, logically you can. So Armour Hobby, to me, feel a little bit dangerously close to the over-engineered side of things. But their kits have been good. As you are now here, Nuno, and you probably wouldn't have seen this earlier, this is the Clear Prop DH88 Comet Racer, coming along nicely. I've got the horrifically complicated undercarriage. I say it's complicated because the instructions just sort of show you all the bits and then show it assemble. It doesn't give you any help as to how to assemble it. But that's the undercarriage there, and the engine and nacelles, which will go on once I've painted them. That's what I was doing before the stream started. That goes in there like that. And this, for a small aircraft, has an awful lot of parts, including, you can see it in there inside, etched, oh god, photo etched seat belts and things, and compasses and all sorts. It's taken me longer to do to get this far than the Airfix one, about twice over. The Airfix one I chucked together in about 2 hours, an hour to paint it, sorted. Whereas this, a long time. It's good though. Clearprop clearly know what they're doing, but it does feel like they could have just simplified or just not bothered with a few bits. Right. Oh, I need the tip of my airbrush, don't I? I dropped it in some water and I've lost it. Where's it gone? Where have you gone? There you are. There you are. From what can be seen, yeah, I will try and remember to share some photos. I've been taking pictures all along the route because I just keep looking at it going, oh yeah, oh that looks nice. It is also tiny. You know, the Comet Racer was not a large aircraft, and they've managed to cram so much detail into it. But it does mean that you can't really see any of it, because the moment the canopy goes on, it's all hidden. It's a lot more expensive than the Airfix one, but it is worth it. You know, if people want my opinion on whether they should spend £7 on an Airfix Comet or nearly 30 quid on a Clear Prop Comet, I'll go, yeah, just spend the extra money. Just don't waste £7. You know, no price is too. There is no price low enough to justify that kit to me, because you're basically just going to have to scratch build a new one. Right, airbrush. There's airbrush. Just a quick once over. Now, next colour. Is that dry enough? There are better ways of telling if it's dry than just sticking your fingerprints, your fingers on it and leaving fingerprints. But don't have time today. Don't have the time. Just do it. I found a clump of paint in the tip. That's what I'm trying to get rid of. That's why it was blocking, spluttering a bit. And now I need to work out the exact shade I'm going to go for. I've got a few options. Ooh. Oh, now the trigger's sticking a bit. Like I say, it needs a proper clean. But I'm not doing that whilst live. Shove that in there. Done. Bosh. Sorted. This might work, or it might not work. You're going to go get a shower and prepare yourself, Queen, for tonight's stream. I may see you there. I may be busy. You will leave the stream and lurk. Thank you very much. I hope your stream goes well if I don't turn up. I often lurk in yours. Just don't say anything. Stealthy stream. But yes, enjoy. Have fun. Bon appetite. Right, so if you can hear the sound of attacker paints rolling around, I've made a right mess of this. You want that one in there? Nope. I keep them in their box a lot of the time because I have bought sets of these paints, and I am slowly replacing them with Vallejo sets, simply because Vallejo are easier for me to buy. Sometimes it's not about what the best paint is, it's about the paint that I can just pop up the road and buy when I need it. as opposed to sending off for it online. Is that the right colour? That is almost exactly the right colour, the right shade. This is probably going to give away what I'm about to do. I don't know, it might be a bit too vibrant. What does that look like? That there. I mean, it's going to be easier to use the airbrush ready paint rather than thin brush paint down, isn't it? Yeah, okay, I'm going to use that colour. But I have at least prepped the next colour, because I got that out of its box earlier. Let's put that there. Oh, right, I'm back, sitting down. Bought tickets for the We Have Ways Fest in September. Ooh, excellent. Enjoy. So, I always find it's good practice after using red to give the airbrush a bit of a clean anyway. It's always good to at least take the needle out and wipe that. In fact, I'm going to need to get some more water because I've just mostly used it or poured it down myself. This is a little bit risky because the primer is still a little bit tacky. Actually, yeah, I'm not going to mask this off. I'm going to mask it at the next stage. Hopefully this won't take long to dry. You said, no, I didn't say no red. I said I'm not painting it as a red arrow. It's not going to be red. It's going to have some red. Bang. Someone with small genitalia just drove past. Right. Let me quickly check my guide. Yes. So. That will do nicely. Red. See that spluttering all over the place. Right. There we go, that's the red. That's the extent of the red. No more red, honest. I can't tilt it so you can see it. Is this the Empire paint scheme? No. It's just something that came to me when looking at a picture. I'm just blasting tons of water through the airbrush because red is a bitch. And I'll then take the needle out, give it a wipe. Although I need to wait for the red to dry before I put masking tape on it, which is going to be a pain. Is that enough? I don't know if that's enough. Probably need another coat of red, but never mind. We'll deal with that later. XX221. You know what? I hadn't even thought about registration. I don't have any spares. You know, this this is all stuff that I'm having to wing it. Flames at Farnborough had some very interesting paint schemes. They did indeed. Yeah, they are some of the finest, I think. For me, anyways, most interesting ones, best ones to model. I do have, and I'm going to need to wait for this to dry anyway. So we're now going to go on to a tangent. But yeah, I will clarify. I don't have any aftermarket decals for this, so this is not an accurate scheme. This is just me wanting to build a kit that I bought very cheaply and just do something a little bit different. So it's sort of a what if you like. I do need to go and change water because now I've put a load of red paint in mine. But I do have a decal set that I was going to show off. I'm not using it for this. Oh god, so much red paint. So much red paint. It gets in everywhere. It's such a weird colour. It feels like you don't really get the opacity. You know, it complains when you're using the wrong colour primer for it at every stage. Oh no, it can't possibly be thick. And yet it seems to just get in the airbrush and then appear in every other colour you spray for the next week. Anyway, madness. I suppose I could start painting the other end, and then when I get closer to the tail, hope that it's dried. Do it that risky way. Oh. So I have. That's probably enough. Let's just leave that for a moment. It would help if I knew what I was doing with airbrushes, wouldn't it? Nobody ever teaches you this stuff. Where is my probe? There it is. I've got my special tip cleaning wire. Oh god, I managed to put so much paint over my hands. I am going to have to quickly pop next door and wash my hands because otherwise everything that I touch for the next week will be red. So I'm just going to take my microphone off. Apologies for the popping sound you're probably going to hear. I will be back in. Put the microphone there so you can see that when I'm back. I will be back as soon as I can be. I just really need to not cover things in red, basically. Talk amongst yourself for a bit. My god, my laptop is whirring so loud I can hear it next door. That sounds healthy. Right, I think that is disaster averted. Maybe, who knows? Right, let's dry my hand. Right, and more or less back. Microphone. Ding. Ooh, some red paint in there as well. How did I get it in there? Honestly, so much red. I put like 3 drops of paint in there, and it still managed to go everywhere. Right, so I have, whilst the red is drying, move that out of the way, in my big box of miscellaneous junk. I buy a lot of aftermarket decals, although I don't always have the kits that they go with. I just see something and think, oh, that's nice. So I've got this as a plan. There's now a breeze blasting through. These are raspberry ripple jets, as you can see, as it says there. Unlike some decal sets, which give you, for example, let's say these 4 planes, it will give you enough to do maybe 2 of them, and then the cereals and things to the other 2. This set does genuinely include enough to do all 4 planes. So we have a Hawker Hunter T7. I love a Hawker Hunter. This is 1/72, by the way. So Raspberry Ripple Hunter T7. We've got the Jet Provost. It doesn't say what mark it is, but I believe it was a Mark 5 off the top of my head. We have a Nat T1 with weather probe, and we have a Gloucester Meteor NF12/11. So they're all in Raspberry Ripple scheme. Very, very nice indeed. I have bought a Hawker Hunter T7, a Jet Provost T5, and a Nat. The only one I don't have is the Gloucester Meteor. You can get an NF11, and I'm pretty sure I have to modify it. I'd also have to modify the Nat because it does have a different nose due to the probe on the front. I have a couple of Nats, and my plan is that one of them will be in this colour. It looks absolutely gorgeous, and yes, I do think it looks nice. The Jet Provost, let's put that down. There are, of course, my microphone was turned down a little bit. There was there have been 2 Jet Provosts by Airfix in recent years. I do not have one. There is the newer one, which is the earlier mark. I think it's the T3 and 4 off the top of my head. However, the older Jet Provost came in 2 forms, one of them being this, which includes a T5, which is the correct mark. They are completely different canopies, so you cannot mix and match without it looking a bit wrong. So I've got that. Obviously, it doesn't matter if the decals are any good or not because I'm not using them. And then we'll have a big shelf full of Raspberry Ripple jets. So there we go. That's one of my many aftermarket decal sets. Where did it go? I think it went in here. I also have 4 Finish Measurement 109Gs. I've used only one of them, so I can do another Finish 109G. I don't think I did that on stream. I think it was before I streamed. And then just a mountain of spares and things. Right, let's put those away. So, next colour. You can hear me shaking it. It's got a ball bearing in there. It's another Hataka paint. It's alright, you know. Can you see what it is? It's blue. The next colour is blue. Apart from the lighting being an absolute pain. Right, now I need to reassemble the airbrush. I say reassemble, I just took the tip off because red, just because red. Make sure it's nice and clean. Well, relatively clean. In theory, the next colour, the blue, will be thick enough that it won't prove an issue. Any red in the airbrush will be immediately overwhelmed by the quantity of blue. Dodgy trigger. Dodgy trigger. What do you mean disconnected? What do you mean disconnected? Apparently I sneezed so hard I disconnected OBS. Alright. I mean, it happens, I guess. Anyway, I was saying, oh yeah, the Airfix NAT, the newer tooled Airfix NAT, is one of those kits that I have made multiple of. And it's reminded me of how good Airfix can be. So it's, again, what, 2012, 2013, something like that, around the same sort of time as the Tiger Moth. And I just went, oh yeah, hang on a minute, Airfix are good again now. Oops, I've spilt water on the side. That's not helpful. Need a little bit of blue tack so that I can cover up the nacelles, because this will otherwise completely dominate and make it a pain when I come to paint them grey. That's the wrong side. And yet I've only ever featured one NAT on the channel, and it was in a weird fictitious scheme, because that's just what I felt like doing. Kind of like this. This is a weird fictitious scheme. Oh, that is the wrong way around. Does it matter? No, it doesn't matter. And that was the first kit you built. Oh, if it was in that period, it would have been the old NAT tooling, which was fine. I think, in fact, somebody asked this. When did they ask this? It must have been Tuesday's stream. What my first kit was, and the first one that I did 100% of, with no assistance whatsoever, was the old NAT, and I did it in Yellow Jack's colour. And I don't think I still have it. I don't think I do. If I do have it, I don't know where it is. But yeah, I quite like it. The NAT is a nice aircraft, and the new kit is fantastic. The old one's not bad. Only got back into modelling last year. You must build the newer tool. You really must. Yeah, it is nice. You have been able to, in the past, pick them up pretty cheaply. Hang on, I'm trying to be really careful with how I mask this. Oh, apparently the answer is badly. I mean, to cover up the tail, because I want the tail to be red. Will that do? That will do. It doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect. Takeaway from my YouTube channel, isn't it? Oh, hang on, let me go and grab some more tape. I've got the yellow tape for the fine details, and then I've got standard painter's blue tape for bigger surfaces, because the tape is cheaper. Whilst I shake this paint to within an inch of its life, let me quickly go and fetch for you. There you are. Woo! Nearly broke it. Move out of the way, Hawk. We have a Folland NAT in silver and Dayglow. That was painted with enamel paints, because that was the first one that I did many yonks ago. And the only other one that I still possess is the one that featured on YouTube a little while ago, which is the fictitious, like Hunter-esque type scheme. Very nice. And I moved the pitot tube for that as well, because I just thought it looked better. So they're the two that I've got made up. And then I've got at least, I think, is it just two? I think it might be just two in the stash, a red one and a yellow one, but I'm not going to do them like that because obviously I'm going to do the weather one. Ugh. Right, let's move that back there. Currently sandwiched in this lovely shelf that I have full of early jet trainers. Lovely. Next up is a swordfish. Oh, the Bismarck raid aircraft. I thought didn't they do the Bismarck raid aircraft as one of them? I've also got the swordfish, by the way. I have a lot of things in my stash. At this current rate, even with 80 aircraft in my stash, I will end up. Oh no, I've got Taranto one. I will end up spending the next 3 or 4 years building them. I've got swordfish. It's the Taranto one and a pre-war one is the one that I've got, which I picked up on eBay for not a huge amount. That was easy to find. That's right behind me. In Stash Overflow Area C. And yeah, thank you. I think the Nat looks good. I made that when I was, I don't know. Look up when the kit came out. If you can tell me what year the kit came out, I can tell you how old I was roughly when I built it. You bought the club set. Ah, yes. In fact, I saw that on eBay. I was very, very tempted to bid on it. That's the Hella Sea Hurricane, if I remember correctly, which is the 2C, which I have built 2 or 3 times, maybe even more, and it is a really lovely kit for its age, particularly, but also just it's a lovely kit. I don't think I've got any left to show you because I have since replaced the Hella ones with the Revell tooling from the Naughties, which is also a lovely kit. Right. Now, this is where we find out that my idea for a colour scheme is stupid. So this is also from the Raspberry Ripple set. Oh, that's not going to work. Let me put the airbrush down. This is British Standard Roundel Blue. So this is the dark blue used in Raspberry Ripple jets. And before I forget, I'm going to paint the undercarriage leg. Not undercarriage leg, undercarriage door. It's a door, and let's do the others, because I do have a tendency to do that, to just forget that they exist. Okay, there's that. And the other door is on here. Nice. Oh, such a nice blue. Isn't it a nice blue? Right. tape is coming off the nose wheel, and I don't really want a blue nose wheel. I'll address that shortly. And this is just going to be liberally applied over everything else. I'm going to need a new cotton bud. This one's shot. Ah, now this one's clogging. Ah. Whoops, that was a bit thick. I realise that I'm running out of time, so I'm being a bit more liberal with the paint. Looking very blue. The blue's a bit lighter than I thought it was going to be. I don't know why, I've used this blue many times before. No, I do normally prime it in white as well. Unclear. Unclear. Flip that over. Oh, some of it's running. I've been rushing. I was supposed to tweak that tape around the nose wheel so I didn't paint it blue, and I think I've just accidentally painted it blue. I've also almost run out of paint in the airbrush. Oops, and almost put my finger in blue paint. Yeah, well, the damage is already done, so fuck it. Have to tidy it up anyway. So what do we think of the blue? Fold that. Now, clogging and running out of paint. Haven't even done the top surface of the wings yet. Looks like a nice deep colour. Good. Yeah, now that it's drying and I've given it a few coats, it is getting there. I've essentially opted to flip the colours of the red arrows based on the red, white and blue tail. It's a bit matte though. And it should be. It's described as a matte paint, but still. I'm probably going to have to gloss it before decals. Nice. Nice. Make sure I get those things. Silicon carne weights. Well, enjoy. Thank you for dropping by. Don't forget to check out the end result either by rewatching the stream or checking the post I will inevitably make featuring this. Oh, God. It's pretty thin. I was hoping I could get away with leaving it at that, but I don't think that's going to work. Also, definitely realising that trying to build a plane in more than one colour. What the hell was that? It was something falling over. I've no idea what that was. Well, we'll find out. Huh. It sounded metallic. Who knows? Ugh. Right. It's reasonably even. But only reasonably, and I'm slightly worried that because I've been holding the tail so much that the red paint might have come off a bit. No, I've not done the canopy properly. What an idiot. There we go. Done. Blue arrow sorted. Now let's take off the tape and make sure I haven't just ruined all the red that I've tried to do. Oh, the red is still there. It's still there. Good. Good, 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 good. Always a gamble. See, if I was doing this not live, I would have waited, gone and done something else for a few hours. Boom. Blue with a red tail. What do we think? I think it looks all right. Probably do it a little bit more on that wing. The camera is showing up more patches than I can see. That's kind of a good thing. It means as long as it's worse on camera than it is to me, I'll be happy with it, basically. It's not a bad divide either between the red and the blue. Look at that. Came out quite nicely. Now I just need to blast the airbrush to get rid of all the blue. There's a lot of blue in here. All the water's coming out, still blue. Now less blue, but still reasonably blue. Come on, get out of there. Right. Oh, I'm dropping things again. Floor monsters eating my airbrush. Ugh. I feel that to be thorough, I should put some gloss varnish on it before the decals go on. This is a particularly matte looking paint. It's also not very hard wearing. I've learnt this before when using this Hataka paint, it only really needs to be looked at for the paint to then start flaking. So any manhandling at all, and the paint just goes, nah, I'm done. Which is obviously not ideal. And putting decals down, especially larger ones, on a matte surface is already a little bit harder. So when you've also got to contend with the fact that the paint could at any moment just get bored and jump off of the plane, I feel it's always good to be thorough. Right. And then when it comes to varnish, you absolutely should make sure that the airbrush is clean. Because if you don't, in this case I've just used blue, and if the plane was entirely blue, it's not really a problem. But if you're going to get blue tinted varnish on a red surface, then it's going to be a sad time. So I'm just trying to clean out as much of the blue as I can. And then we can crack on with some varnish. And then the plan is just to use the red arrow markings, basically. So that makes it a blue arrow. You know, nice Union flag on the tail. The only slight compromise is I had to make sure that I got the blue about right, because otherwise it will stand out. The red isn't as big an issue because we want the red from the tail surface. It's essentially just a blue arrow. It's a red arrow except it's blue. That is the plan. So it's still going to have the white cheat lines down it, and it's going to have the Union flag on the tail, and I just wanted the red of the tail to then carry through the Union flag, basically, in reverse order. So I suppose I could have done half of the tail in red, maybe, but I kind of like this. We'll see. We'll see what it looks like when it's done. I'm just giving the airbrush a bit more of a clean so that I can blitz it with a little bit of gloss. I can now smell dinner, and I am now very hungry, so I'm not entirely sure if I'm trying to pour water into my hands, not holding anything. I'm not sure if I can get this done unless I take a quick 5-minute break to just shove food into my face. Or bring it up. Oh, shit, now the trigger's fallen out. Or bring it up here. Like, I'm rushing. Because I'm rushing, I'm making mistakes. Ah, dear. Let's try and put that back. Whoops. Triggers in airbrushes should stay in airbrushes. Right. Oh, there really is just blue everywhere. I knew I shouldn't have dropped it. Just unceremoniously straight into the airbrush. Right, that should do it. I'm going to do a little bit of gloss just to be thorough. or thorough, as the Americans say for some reason. The Americans, who are usually keen to ignore syllables, do sometimes like to accentuate syllables. What a weird culture. A little bit thinner. I always use my Hataka thinner. Even if I'm spraying with Vallejo paints now, I just chuck in some Hataka thinner. It works really well. A little bit of gloss. This is just Vallejo gloss varnish that I use for everything. Mixing it in the airbrush like an uncouth yob. It means it will be too thin to start with and then too thick to end with. But I would rather it be a bit glossy. Do we need it? I put everything on top of the box. What a fool. No, I can't see the box. There are a couple of decals on the bottom and then it's just the sides. Okay, that's fine. Nothing on the tail, nothing on the tail. So I probably don't need to varnish, as in the horizontal stabilizers. Go. Nice. We've got left only a little bit of varnish left in the airbrush. I'm going to give the whole aircraft a coat of probably satin to end with anyway. Oh no, I think I actually run out of. There's a little bit left. A slight blue tint. We're fine. We don't worry about the blue tint. Where do they go on there? Right, the roundels go there. And exactly what I was saying about the paint being a bit thin is already being demonstrated by the fact that in a couple of places I've managed to chip it just by picking it up. And I know it's still slightly wet, so partly myself to blame, but it really is very, very fragile. Huh, that's weird. Okay, that's fine. Glossy. Again, just blasting water through the airbrush. Cool, right. So we essentially have that is still too sticky to actually put any decals on, unfortunately, but we'll wait a little bit. So these are the red arrow markings. I think we'll be all right. We'll start on the left hand side. I'll start cutting them out, just generally chatting and chilling. 4 and 11. These are for the tail. They're 10 and 11, so they are both sides. Okay. This one says Royal Air Force. It's still painted with RAF colours. So it's not going to look too out of place. It's just flipped around. There we go, tail. Just trying to get some of them painted and prepped. Not painted and prepped, cut out and prepped. What number's this? Is it 6? Yeah, that's number 6. Make sure I know where the number should go. One slight problem with this is that the tail number is in blue, which obviously won't work with this, so it will probably have no tail number. Unless I can find a spare in a different colour, but I'm pretty sure I do not have any spare cereals. I don't think so anyway. Which one is 7? Which one is 8? 7 is the one that says Royal Air Force. That one's 8. That's 7. That's those two. Cool. Right, that is all the decals cut out into much more manageable chunks. Is it still wet? Okay, should be good to go on the tail at least. The wings are still a little wet. This gloss varnish dries very quickly, which is obviously a good thing if you're in a hurry for your din-dins. The water's a little bit cold, which is not ideal. Oh, I'm going to get some satin varnish ready. I don't need the primer out anymore. That can be moved. The tail is the important bit. So, but then we're going to need 5, 7, and then the 2 at the front. So we're going to do the tail. Yeah, we've got the tail markings here, and then we've got the stripes. And I've got to remember, there's a knack to doing the stripes in the right order. I'm not sure I can remember what that knack is, but there is a knack to it. But first, how far down? These go right to the bottom. I thought they did, because this is the white stripe, which then continues all the way along the aircraft as a cheat line. So we're going to put that on there. Oh yeah, straight away I can see that's going to work. Hell yeah. Look at that. Oh yeah. Nice. And the blue more or less matches. Almost perfect. Not quite. Just almost. Get that in there. that line up? That should line up perfectly. Cool. Ah, I broke it. Well, I didn't break it, I just moved it. Hang on, I'm just moving it back whilst it's closer to my face. No, I'm just making it worse. Making it much worse now. Come on. I'll do it back in front of the camera so you can at least see me doing it worse. Making it worse. Whatever. Words are hard. Nice. Sorted. The big Union flag will still make it look frightfully patriotic. This time I'm going to just peel it off the sheet. Nice. I mean, that's pretty much what I wanted on the tail. So it could have been potentially better if the tail was half blue, as in there's like a blue stripe on the front, maybe. So it's now more or less dry everywhere. That's good. Well, I think it looks pretty cool. I have to move it a tiny bit because it has gone a little bit over the top. Oh, and now I've just folded the white again. Right. These decals are a bit fickle, especially when you're doing it before. Oh fuck! I just moved the base one again. When you're doing it before things are fully dried. Do as I say, not as I do. Wait until everything is absolutely. Oh, the tape's come off the wheel. Absolutely perfect. Right. There we go. It's probably going to sound like I am insane, but it makes me think of a ferry. I remember which ferry scheme it was had a big red and Union Jack thing on it. I'm sure there was one. Or I'm just insane. At this stage, probably a little bit of both. Nice. See, that side went on perfectly. Oh, cool. Look at that. Very nice. Next, we have. I think this is the correct way of doing it, starting from the tail and working my way forwards. Yes. That's now done. And then, which was the next one? The next one is 7. So we've got a little sort of rotation system going on. It's sort of 20 seconds to put a decal on. So this lines up, let's get rid of that little number, 5. This should line up exactly at the bottom there. No, the number, come on, get off. Okay. Nice. Does this go on any particular panel line? I don't think it does. I normally like to line decals up based on panel lines because it's much easier to get it symmetrical when you do. However, I'm going to have to do this one first, or do both of them together to line it up properly. Clearly. Oh, and immediately just throw it like an idiot all the way across the wing. It's alright, as long as I can get a little tip to it. Oh, there you go. Done, recovered, easy. Oh, little horse. Nice. I like it. Guys, I like it. And the F more or less in line there. Yeah, okay, so that one does need to be a slightly different angle. And that goes there, and that should line up with the stripe, which it kind of does, like that. There you go. Let's do the other side. Just trying to straighten this up. Not quite working. No, that'll do. Fuck it, that'll do. What do we think? It would look nicer if it had some stripes on the top wings, top of the wings as well. But yeah, looks alright. Kind of what I had in my head. Just chuck that in there. Nice. And then what I will do, once I've put the decals on, I think I will call it. The rest of the stuff I'll then finish off and include it in a post. Because it's either that or I will have to leave everyone on hold for 5 to 10 minutes whilst I go and get food. So I guess it depends. If anyone does insist on seeing me build this to completion, then please let your opinions be known now. Otherwise, I'll do it afterwards. It's not going to take long, but I have been streaming now for 4.5 hours. and I got to the key bit, which is showing you what the colour would be. Come on. We've got a tough one. We've got a sticky bit. There we go. I cleared it out a bit. Oh, and now I've moved the other one just by doing that. I knew that would happen. That's why I checked. Surely moving it on this side is going to be fucking it up on the other side. Yes, it did. Pain. Let's focus back on this one. I reckon I can get this one sorted. This one here. And part of the reason for ending it here as well is chucking some softening solution down on it, which will take a little bit of time to fully do its thing. Oh, I've messed it up. I've messed it up on the left hand side. I'm going to try and peel it, which is just likely to make it rip. Please. Please, decal gods. Please. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've pulled it off. And it's back. Oh, that was terrifying. Try and get it lined up. There it is, lined up. The trick is to try and dab, not rub. If you accidentally catch it and it becomes a rub, you've ruined it. Which side is which? 8 is starboard, 9 is port. So we need, let's try and precariously perch it like that. Hold it with my finger, slide that over. Nice. I think it looks pretty good, personally. Let's once again precariously perch it. We're doing it the other way so you can't see it. Apologies. Right, there we go. So. And that's about there. And that's about there. They both go over the light. They shouldn't. They should go up a little bit. Does it go onto the pitot tube mount? I don't know, because the box doesn't actually have an accurate representation of a hawk. Thanks, box. Let's put those in. What does the front say? Just sort of ends in no particular way. Well, that's not helpful, is it? Oh, and finally, the antenna on the underneath has gone. It's been threatening to fall off for ages. Now it has. Probably a little bit higher. Maybe? I don't know. Unclear. Oh, well, I've messed up that one. Oh, this is so awkward when you're trying to get it perfect on both sides at the same time. I think there. Should be sufficient, like that. Like that. Alright, let's dab that. Dab it in place, and I'm going to put the roundels on. I'm not going to put this serial number on because, as already stated, the serial is blue, And the blue on blue is not exactly going to contrast very well, so I'll have a think about what to do with that. And then I'll go downstairs and get some din-dins, and then probably come back up and finish this. If not, I'll leave it till tomorrow. In fact, I probably will leave it till tomorrow. Again, decal solution. Right, let's flip it around this way. 1 and 2. Oh yes, it would have been better to have white rings around the roundels. Now I see the error of my ways. It does, however, confirm that the colour I chose is more or less perfect. Which it should be. It is roundel blue, after all. About there? Put it about there. Right. And then that one needs to go there. Happy days. Oh. Oh yeah, I think this looks nice. Considering I've not used any extra parts, this is just what was supplied in the Red Arrow kit. Well, obviously paints are different. You know what I mean? No extra decals or anything. No, they're probably too far back. I've also realised how hard it is to position roundels when you can't see the blue. It just looks like it's got white and red spots on it. So yes, you definitely would actually, in real life, add a white ring like there is on the fuselage. And the fuselage looks fine. Right, there we go. That is actually you know what? I'm going to put the registration. It probably won't be visible, but so at least give it a go. If it doesn't fit, doesn't work, it doesn't work. But there's no point leaving them. This does give me an opportunity to wrap up and say goodbye. I would like to thank everybody who has joined in this stream today, but not only today, the other streams that I've done as well, because this is stream 3 of 4, 4 of 3, because I was planning to do 3 streams and ended up doing 2 for the Gazelle. Because much like with this, it took longer than I was anticipating. I really should just understand that it takes more than 3 hours to build a plane, but you know, whatever. With the Gazelle, it was 3 hours of fighting to even get there. Yeah, I will end the stream with a little slideshow. I was going to say sideshow. I was going to say slideshow. Then I was going to change it to sideshow. I thought, what the fuck's a sideshow? It's obviously a slideshow, you idiot. And yes, that registration is completely invisible. So the slideshow just has a few of the thumbnails for videos which are coming soon. Can you see the registration? Yeah. No, I can't. All right, let's get rid of them. No point in being on at all. I can't even remove them. I can't even see where they are to remove them. That's how perfect the color was. There's one. Oh God, I can't get it. My plan is for there to be no more streams for the foreseeable future. I'm not going to say that I'm never going to stream again. That seems unlikely. However, with a new job lined up, I will not have the time to regularly stream, and it's a shift pattern as well, so there will be times that I just simply can't do it. So if I do stream again, it will be on an ad hoc basis, and even then it could be another year, 2 years, 3 years, who the heck knows. So once again, massive thank you, not just for this stream, not just for the other streams, but for all the support that I get from my viewers. Much appreciated. I leave you with the Blue Arrow Hawk, a nice sort of what if people made the right decision and painted things blue rather than red, with a big Union flag on the tail as well. Oh, that does look good. Doesn't that look good? I think it looks good. Anyway, I'm rambling. I need to go. Enjoy the slideshow, I hope. Thank you very much.